Elliott is seconding your motion. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried, so we will rearrange the agenda that way. Anybody want to move the agenda as amended?
Move as amended.
Elliott, seconded by Councilor Alameda. So approving the agenda as amended. All those opposed? All those in favor? Let's go that way.
Let's reverse everything and make
We'll
it.
stick with tradition and go those in favor first. Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Decided that. We will go to the next item on the agenda, which is the minutes of the committee of the whole meeting, December 3rd, 2024. Councilor Elliott,
I'll move the adoption of those.
seconder. Councilor Alameda, all those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Brings us right down to delegations. Aaron, come on, of the Cathett Art Council regarding annual update. It's your turn.
Hello, my name is Karen Kamen. I want to start by just reading a letter that we sent, the Cathett Art Council sent in on November 22nd, just to get started. So Cathett Art Council would like to extend a sincere thank you to Mayor, Council, directors, and staff of the City of Powell River for its continued support of arts and culture. Your funding of Cathett Art has enhanced services in cultural programming, such as the most recent Memento Mori Festival. This was our 7th year, and there's already a lot of excitement for the 8th year next year. So it's really encouraging when more and more groups come to the table and want to participate in a festival. We have expanded our drop-ins, exhibitions, performances, youth classes, adult classes. We have a new class for tots. So Tot +1, it's called Little Hands. So that's been a really amazing addition as well to serve as another underrepresented part of our community. In 2024, Cathett Art supported over 22 community arts and culture groups through the funding from the city for grants, mentorship, and advocacy, as well as provided support letters and opportunities to professionals and emerging artists. We've seen an increase in our annual budget in provincial and federal funding in arts and culture due to the local support. So thank you again for your support of Cathett Art Council and the work that we do at Cathett Art Centre. We're also really proud to announce our recent status as a registered Canadian charity. So yeah, thanks very much. And I wanted to thank all of the counselors that were able to make it to the opening. It was really wonderful for the artists present to see and you at the present exhibition and to have your support. So we will be having holiday hours. So for the counselors who weren't able to attend, we'll have some Monday hours so that people still have some arts and culture fun on Mondays to attend on December 23rd and 30th. There's over 80 artists in this show, and I'm really happy to announce we had one more sale yesterday, which has brought the total sales to 30% of the artworks present. So this is up substantially from last year where we had 10% of sales in the show. So it's really exciting to see how important the arts and culture community, with all of the holiday craft fairs that are happening this year, the calendar's been packed for opportunities to support local artisans and craft vendors. So again, we're seeing those same things at the Art Center. So onward to the Community Arts, Culture, and Heritage grants. I gave a little packet today. The second page has the information that's on the summary. So the summary for the arts and culture grants. So these are done on our fiscal year. So what you'll see is the grant intake period was from fall of 2023 and spring of 2024. So these are the amounts that each of the groups were received in their grant funding And so the funding from the city is $15,000 total annually. So you'll see it evenly distributed, $7,500 in the fall and $7,500 in the spring. So what you'll see, a lot of the fall events happened in 2024. So things like the Townsite Jazz Festival, the Film Society Film Festival, Art in the Library program goes through the year, the Pride Fashion Show, and the Coast Cultural Alliance, the CCA, is a calendar and purple banner guide that includes a lot of information from Powell River and all through the region of Cathett. And this information is accessible all through the Sunshine Coast. So the CCA is really supportive in getting a lot of our events out. So this is a little bit that we're able to contribute to support getting the information of arts and cultural events that go on in the region in a bigger way. In the spring, we had grants for the Cathett Concert Band, Townsite Actors Guild, Club Banacule, the Cathett Studio Tour, The Name Matters, Cathett Pride, Cathett Community Justice, and the exhibition, The Art of Advocacy. So those are the totals through the year, and that's the cash. The next is the in-kind contributions. And so with the in-kind contributions, the city contributes $20,000 to be used in the calendar year. So what you'll see is we have 3 intake periods that are allotted to that funding pool. So what's really exciting over that amount of time is this is the closest we've ever been to capping out that budget. So we'll be in touch next year. So the total for this year was $18,962.27. And really happy that Powell River Chorus was able to tuck in a last minute December concert. So that's been great. So again, all of these events are in this past calendar year. Let's move to the next slide. So these are the details. So these were added in the agenda. So this first page is the cash grants in particular. And so I think just collectively looking at the September totals, some of the really significant numbers are the total project budget from all of these arts and culture groups is over 200,000. So that's this amount of money, the 15,000, really extends quite far into the opportunities that are created for people going to events, as well as for the arts and culture groups in the community. So with this one, the cash requests, we recommended that the groups bring down their asks, just knowing that the budget is $7,500. So we try and make sure that people aren't doing bigger asks. Whereas you see in the spring intake in 2024, we had some groups that were asking for much more for their events. So again, it's just that learning curve as groups are coming and asking for the funding to try and get everyone on board with what we can actually do for the groups. So you'll see the April cash requested was over 23,000. And so it's really different than 7,500. So trying to really equitably share that amount of money in the group so they can really pull off the events that they're working for and how to support them when they're applying for other grants for their projects. Are there any questions on this page? Okay.
Any questions on that particular page, Council? Councilor Elliott.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen. You said the total project budgets was 100 and something, but the total on your page is something else, or maybe I can't read your page.
Total project budget was the 209. Those were what the community groups collectively, their projects were valued at.
Okay. And so because that one was hard to read, I was reading the one in my package and it said totals at the bottom was 24,750. And so I'm just thinking maybe I'm on the wrong page.
It's this one. It's the vertical orientation one.
Okay. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll do the horizontal next.
Okay. Thank you. Carry on then.
Thanks. And we'll be happy to go over any of these numbers if questions come up later. So the next slide, this is the in-kind. So this is from our contribution agreement, this is the 20,000 to distribute of in-kind use of space of civic properties. So Dwight Hall, Evergreen Theater, Wellington Beach Pavilion. Those are the most common locations that groups are using. So just keeping that in perspective. And so again, town site. So here, when you're looking at the overall project budgets, oh, I feel like that one is a typo.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah. Yeah, I see definitely town site jazz was left out of that total because town site jazz is more. So thanks, Cindy. So, okay. I'll send an updated copy.
Thank you.
And then, so the in-kind requested was $16,918.38. And then the actual paid. So the variation that can happen on this is sometimes is the increase in the rental fees at the rec complex. So every April, those fees go up. And sometimes it's just the services. So some of the groups, when they're actually in there and trying to do their work, they need additional time, rehearsal time, additional tech. So that's where you'll get the variation in what the actuals are versus what the asks are. So we work with Janice Gunn, the facility booking clerk, to make sure everyone gets their needs met and things flow smoothly. So thanks, Janice. So that's the main. And I'm going to do just a quick backtrack. So some of the slides here, this is by Wildcat Sasquatch Bliss. This is one of the pieces at the present exhibition. These are some works by Evelyn Russell as well. At the exhibition, we have some by Cindy Copen and Rochelle Nearing. And on this last page here, this is a work by Lisa Howe. So we do exhibitions in Cafet Art Center as well as in the library. So there's currently an exhibition by Hannah Louise Braun that's up for the next 2 weeks in December in the library. It's quite beautiful. As one of the elder artists in our community, I highly recommend going to see that. And then starting in January, we'll have Lisa Howe coming in to exhibit. And the present exhibition will run through January. We have a lot of new works since the opening because people have purchased works to take them home. So it's always really dynamic coming into that space. This year, we added an additional drop-in to our schedule, which is the IQUQ choir. We have the Little Hands class that is added, as well as we'll be doing an oil painting class with Karenza Haynes starting in January. So we find that the classes in the winter when people really need access to connecting and before gardening season. So we've designed a lot of our programming around the gardening schedule in town. So we have our camp schedule ready. So we have our spring break camp and our summer art camp. The schedules are set. So we'll have the registrations out for those. We're often getting families registering in January for the summer. So, and the last, again, happy holidays from the board of directors, Angie Davey, Mifanwe Colley, Kathy Schoenfeld, Amber Gould, Jim Roberts, and our artistic director, Megan Dulce-Dill, and myself, director of operations, Karen Kamen. This last piece I thought was really lovely by Pearl Faust, because we're all going to enjoy some holiday time with our families. So we wish you all the best. Thank you.
Great. Thanks for your report. And as always, I'm sure councilors will have questions or comments. So, Mr. Mayor, do you want to add anything? I'll just go around the table and.
No, I just want to thank you very much for demonstrating all of the value that you're bringing to Powell River.
Councilor Isaacson?
No comments, just thank you.
Councilor Southcott?
Actually, I have a question. Looking at your financials here, gives me the impression that you're leveraging, there's all sorts of funding that's being leveraged because of local investment, if you will, like for the facility itself, as well as the grants, both in kind and in aid. I guess it's not that much of a question other than that's my impression is that I've seen leveraging being done on other grants. Like the community forest is a great example of that, how they've been some of their granting has been able to leverage more money that then's been able to leverage even bigger grants. And I'm getting the impression that that's what's happening here. Is that true?
Yes, we wanted to keep this presentation fun and happy holidays, but we'll be back in the new year with the financial.
That's pretty happy, actually.
It is.
All of that benefit is being accrued because of what really seems to me to be pretty modest investment from the standpoint of the community and the city. And being married to an artist, I'm pretty thrilled about that. But in spite of that, I don't think that really is the reason why. I'm just really thrilled about what you're presenting. Thank you so much.
Thanks. It's really amazing to see out of those 80 artists, they're all over our community. So when you're at the bank, when you're at the hospital, when you're wherever you are, there's artists that are helping you do things and you don't know this other part of them. So it's a really amazing way to see your constituents as artists and what they're creating and bringing to the community. Thanks.
Councilor Alameda.
Yeah, no questions. It was great information, and I was great. My family was able to make it to the event on the opening on the 6th, and I thought you did a great job of having everything for the kids, and my kids were able to enjoy themselves in their own little way. So thank you.
Councilor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Kamala. I just really appreciate you coming here and sharing with us the growing vision that has been sort of underway for a long time. I recall a number of years back when we were trying to explain to council the concept of getting to be, eligible for provincial funding and federal funding that support arts in other communities and how we get there, and trying to work toward that. Your program expansion, particularly the summer camps, is so exciting to see. I feel like this presentation is, I guess it's part of the vision we had, right? And I just loved seeing that we've kind of gotten there. So I wanted to thank you. When I originally showed up, I knew nothing about the arts. All the education you did and the working together to try to get us forward and to see how far we've come is extremely exciting for me, I guess, because I was personally invested in trying to help that along with the work we did together. So thank you so much. I'm hoping other people can see what I'm seeing, and that is the organization and growth of our Arts Council that is really supporting the arts in our community in a very organized way. I do have one question. The camps, are we really oversubscribed? Are they selling out? How's that going?
Wow, it's amazing. So we get the support with the Canada Summer Jobs Grant, the federal grant. So from the first year we got it, we were able to increase to another student position. And so we've just applied for additional. So we're really hoping that we can support 5. The numbers were just off the chart as far as the families. I think we had at least 30 more families, and that's just like single families, not including all of their multiple children's. So it's really, or multiple camps that they may have subscribed for. So it's really exciting to see that. And it's really beautiful to have the opportunity to mentor the youth as educators. So supporting kids in their creative process. Yeah. So we've moved much more towards a self-directed learning model, and just really having multi-skilled, multidisciplinary artists being there to support the kids with their choices. So it's pretty dynamic.
And a big, huge congratulations on reaching your milestone around being a charitable organization. I know that super helps when you're applying for outside grants. Thank you so much.
Palm.
Yes, through the chair and Santa, thank you. Ms. Kamen, it's always a pleasure to see you come in, and your comprehensive report here speaks volumes to me from when you first started up to where you are today. And it's nice to see all these groups recognized and continuing their good work. As we all know, way back in the day, Mill used to hire based on musical performance and athletic ability. And that's always been a great part of this tradition here in Powell River. And it goes a long way to what's happening out there. So all I can say is, in summary, keep up the good work, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to you and your group, as well as all the groups mentioned here. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Before you go, I'm just going to say thanks from me again. I've watched the Art Council growing and changing, and getting the charitable status is something, it's easy to say, but it's made a huge impact on what you guys are able to accomplish for the community. And looking at the report and all of the things that come from the work that you do that turn into the cultural aspect of this community that really makes it what it is. It's really easy to forget when we go to all these concerts and all these performances, just what it took to get these to happen. You know, people with in-kind grants for use of the Evergreen Theater and things like that. Those things mean that cultural events happen that wouldn't otherwise happen if you guys weren't there doing it. So thanks for the work, and thanks for what you do, and letting everybody in the public know what it is that those few dollars are going to accomplish. So thanks.
Thank you.
Next delegation is Mr. Vizzuti regarding budget cuts and health and safety issues.
Good afternoon, Council, and welcome back to the Mayor. Good to see you back, and having a good time. So I'd first like to acknowledge that I live, work, and play in the city of Powell River, within the province of BC, and in the one nation of Canada. I'm before you to talk about some papers that were delivered to local business here in town that provides our employee and family assistance program. Since 1917, Canada and Canadian workers have had access to EAP, Employee Assistance Programs. These programs started out dealing with alcoholism and mental health issues. In 1974, EFAP, Employee and Family Assistance Program, came about to treat family issues as well as health issues and personal problems. Powell River has been blessed to have a program here since 1988. The Powell River Assessment and Counseling Services and two very qualified people have provided the service. First off was John Tremblay, who's retired now, and now Gary Reed since 1991. This program was mainly funded by the city and the mill, and as of today, there are 17 businesses involved using it. EFAP is a health and safety program that has provided itself valuable to the workplace and home life. It not only helps in fixing and managing a worker's issues, but gets them back to work instead of being off on WorkSafe BC or short/long-term insurance. And this means savings to the city. Since the opening of PRACS, approximately 60,000 workers and family members have used the service. In 2024, in 11 months of that year, there has been 265 people walk through the door needing help. PRACS has also been involved in setting up training sessions at the work site and help members before an issue occurs and how to recognize situations. This here is from Gary Root, who's the counselor down at PRACS. And he's basically put down this year and last year's usage and how many open files there still are. Last year there was 43 open files. This year there's 41 open files still. So he's still working hard at helping people in this community. Have you ever used this type of service? I have. PTSD is just one well-known health issue affecting many because of a traumatic event. The group of workers falls into many areas, being at fire, ambulance, police, lifeguards, search and rescue, bus drivers, city workers, industrial, health, families, and yes, even city councilors. And they are all affected at some point in their career. How? House fires, burn victims, loss of everything at Christmas, little kids losing their pets, car accidents, and loss of life. Emergency workers dealing with and having someone die. Sorry. Trying to help them. Plane crashes, pedestrian struck, 2-year-olds being run over, sudden infant death syndrome. A person goes into cardiac arrest on the road, poolside, or on a bus, dealing with the job, cutbacks, poor managerial, poor work environment, domestic life issues, personal conflict, and finally morale. These are all contribute to mental and health issues that require help. Why am I bringing this to you? On June 12th of this year, PRACS received a letter from the city. This letter here. To Mr. Reed from the City of Powell River contract cancellation. After carefully examining the benefits we are providing to our staff, along with budget constraints, the city will imminently be facing. We have made the difficult decision to discontinue our counseling service contract with PRACS effective December 31st of this year. Upon thorough review by our HR team, it was assessed that the services provided were a duplicate of benefits provided citywide to all employees. This letter was sent to, or was from, a Miss Ray Ann Emery, an interim director of human resources, CC'd to the CAO, CFO, and human resources. Nowhere on here was it sent to the City of Council of Powell River. The second letter in November of this year basically states that they have set up or wanting to set up with Homewood Health, which is through Pacific Blue Cross. Again, not to City Council, but to the other members that I mentioned before. I phoned that number today. I got 3 people by the time it got to somebody, and they couldn't tell me where Powell River was. They have one office in Ontario and one office in Saanich. They could not tell me. They did tell me they have a 24/7 system. They could not tell me if they could get to Powell River. Well, the ferry got canceled today, so they can't get to Powell River. We need them. The service in town provides that service here and now and face to face. These letters state that the city is canceling the contract as of the 31st, as I said, signed by the interim director of HR. Miss Emery, who lives in Prince George and pays no taxes here, but wages are going out. And I found out that she has 2 helpers, one in Prince George and one in Gibsons. Again, neither of them pay taxes in Powell River, but they're getting our money.
Point of order, Chair. I'm wondering if it's getting into human resources details that shouldn't be discussed in a public meeting. I'm not sure.
Well, you're, Mr. Vasuti, you are talking about personal information of employees of the city.
Okay.
I ask you to be careful about that because they have a right to have their private information.
Sounds good. I won't say names.
Business with City Council. I'd like you to get on with addressing that.
Okay, not a problem. I hear what you're saying. Could this be a huge waste of money on a budget that is already out of money, having people from outside? In these letters to the city, it was stated that the city has a duplicate service. Instead of using a well-established and well-known service locally that provides 24/7 service, as I stated, they want to use a 1-800 number. you've ever used this service, 1-800 numbers are never fun. You never get the help that you need. What you do get is you possibly could get a person that uses a flip chart to ask questions. Lately, one such company, Marneau and Chappelle, which has been around for many years, recently sold off to TELUS. Provided under their health plan online, now we can talk to someone possibly in the Philippines, or get a busy signal, or leave your number and they can call you back. To make EFAP work, a person needs to be able to talk face-to-face with a person who knows the local issues, and that is what PRACS Gary Reed is. This service makes the worker feel like he or she is being listened to. As of today, the cost of running this valuable service is $89 per person per year. Retirees can go to his service and not pay any extra. He just allows them to come in because he knows that they were employees and carrying on. This cost has not gone up in the last 10 years. Wow, not many places have done that. Question: to consider when providing an EFAP service, does the recommended service by the city include the following? Is a service intended for all family members? Right now, EFAP in town does. Retirees, not charged. Is there a user cost for this service? We all can probably say yes, there's something. We don't know what. Maybe we can find that out. Is this service limited to a number of visits annually? Gary's is open to come on in, or PRACS. Is access to a professional direct? 1-800, I guess you could say, is a direct. Gary's is definitely. Does your EFAP provide resources, pamphlets, and all the rest? Yes, all provide that, I would say. Does the EFAP provider provide on-site training, education, awareness meetings? We have had Mr. Reed up to the fire hall in the past many, many times, and I'm not sure about if the RCMP have used him and at their hall. He is very valuable, and he's here. He's face to face. He knows Powell River and what's going on. Does your EFAP respond to on-site critical incidences? If something happens out there, will he go? Yes, and he has. He will go and help. Are there costs involved in number 8, 9, and 10 to this new provider that's been told to him that is going to be going to the Pacific Blue Cross? When I asked that question, they couldn't answer that. They couldn't give me that. All they can do is say, use us. So as of December 3rd, 2024, the Committee of the Whole meeting, Council stated that Council sets the services levels in the city, not staff. That's why I'm bringing this to you. You're not even aware that this is going on, and yet staff is making decisions because of the 31st of December. At this meeting, you told me that you people set levels of care. Please do the right thing in regards to employees and their families. Do not cut this service from the city budget. Stop playing with the lives and health issues of your employees and families. Do not listen to the CAO and the interim HR director, as they are not from here and do not understand how much the service means to the people that work here and are using it. Thank you very much.
Okay, so just hang on a second. I see a number of councillors want to respond or make a comment. I'm going to ask the acting CAO if she has a response from staff. And I want to point out that like everybody else, I knew absolutely nothing about what your presentation was going to be about today. And there's no reason that I can think of why the CAO or the acting CAO would have had any forewarning. So I want to see if the acting CAO has a response, and then we'll go around the table for councillors to make any comments that they wish.
Point of order, Chair.
Yes.
I have a serious issue with council being involved in any discussion of this matter, considering that the city is in negotiations, contract negotiations with the city's union, CUPE, which this would be included in, to my understanding. So I think that any conversation between us, as much as I have, Mr. Pizzuti and I were employed by the same outfit that definitely was very relevant to what his subject matter. But in spite of that, I think that any conversation would be out of order for us to engage in. Thank you.
You're raising a point. I agree with you. I think you're talking about internal council operations, and I don't think it's something for discussion in an open meeting. I'm going to rule this delegation out of order. Very much, Mr. Pizzuti, that's the ruling. So, having said that, we'll go on to the next delegation. Councilor Elliott, are you challenging my ruling?
No, sir. What I want to do is address the delegate, but not the content of the delegation, if that would be okay, Chair.
Well, I ruled the delegation out of order. I don't know how you're going to address them without talking about it. But if you want to try, I'll let you go, and subject to any raising of points of order by members of council.
No, you've ruled this out
Thank
of
you.
order, and it's fairly clear that you do want to discuss this issue. So we'll take it up another way. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
I still have something to say. But it is
Councilor
about
Elliott, do you have a comment you want to make?
I do. Thank you.
Go ahead.
So I wanted to thank folks, including Mr. Pizzuti, who are concerned about such things. There is a way to have an in-camera delegation if the content of your delegation request has content that should be in camera. And so my comment had more to do with process to how we avoid this situation. If you provide enough information about the content of your delegation ahead of time, it can land on an agenda that is in camera and be invited in to do that delegation, so that we're not in this predicament. And so I just wanted Mr. Pizzuti to be aware of that.
Thank you, Councilor Elliott. So the next delegation is Kim Merkel. Well, Councilor Palm.
On this topic, since Councilor Elliott did a good job right now pointing out procedure and an avenue for Mr. Pizzuti to approach council, I'd like to move a motion and see if we have a seconder to the motion that would open the door for Mr. Pizzuti to attend an in-camera at a future date on the topic that he's brought up here today. And if we have a seconder, we can discuss it.
Oh, the mayor seconds that. Any discussion?
So the content, as you say, is off limits. But I just will say for the record that I serve for an organization that had this service. It's very much valued by all employees. We live in a semi-isolated community to face.
Point of order, you're addressing the content of the delegation, which was not to be discussed. Yeah, I also would like to talk about the content, but I can't in this forum.
On the point of order, I see two councilors having a discussion. Please stop the discussion. There's a point of order, and I'm going to say that Councilor Elliott has a point of order. You're discussing the content of the motion, not your motion to have someone attend a closed meeting. So if we can have that discussion about attending a closed meeting, we'll go ahead. Does anyone have anything to say? Councilor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. I would prefer that that members of the public who wish to do delegations follow the procedures, because staff in the first mode can perhaps address questions or redirect to places where they can get answers that don't require a delegation before coming, so they can use a bit of discretion and also know about existing processes that we're in, like collective bargaining, there's an existing process for this, and so I don't think a motion is necessary.
Anyone else? Councilor Elliott.
So I think the existing process is there to help us, and to circumvent it through direct motions for something that has a process is probably not a good practice for governance for the council. And so I would prefer that that Mr. Vizzuti just apply for the type of through provision of information through the process to get where he needs to be, so that we are treating all requests similarly across the board.
Anyone else? Councillor Palm.
This last comment through the chair, and that is, as we all know how this process works when we're sitting at the table here, we've always been advised if we really want to get something done, we should action to that effect.
Thank you, Councillor Palm. So, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So if I understand it, the motion has to provide an opportunity for a citizen to bring forward information in a closed meeting, which will allow council to fully understand an issue that it would appear none of us knew anything about. So I support the motion.
Anyone else? All those in favor of the motion? Councillor Palm, Councillor Alameda, and Mayor in favor. Any opposed? Or opposed? The motion is defeated. We'll go on to the next delegation, which is Jim Merkel, executive of the Lift Foundation.
Hello. For those of you in the audience, virtually and in person, who don't know me, my name's Kim Markle, and I'm the Executive Director for Lift Community Services. It seems like the last month of the year is a natural time for all of us to reflect, and I wanted to take this opportunity to highlight some of the changing community issues we've been experiencing locally, and also provide some more information about the community engagement and education work that Lift has and is currently and will continue to do to bring awareness to the issues that some of our programs aim to address. Which one? Oh, how about the other way? Okay. So there's no denying that our community, like so many, is experiencing increasing impacts related to homelessness, mental health, and substance use. And looking back, these impacts really started to be tangible to many of us back in 2016 when BC declared a public health emergency in response to the overdose crisis. At that time, Powell River was, well, actually in 2017, Powell River was identified as having the second highest illicit drug overdose death rate per population among local health areas in Vancouver Coastal Health. I really need to focus on that one. That one's a bit wordy. And unfortunately, Powell River continued to hold this record into 2019. The overdose crisis prompted the community's first fentanyl forum in 2017 and the development of the Cathett Community Action Team in 2018. The following year, in 2019, the community's first overdose prevention site and supportive housing building opened. For those of you who have forgotten or weren't aware, the first overdose prevention site was situated on Joyce and Duncan in a temporary site on city-owned land. And this location was based on where the highest number of emergency calls were coming from. After about a year, the overdose prevention site, or OPS, moved to its current location adjacent to the Community Resource Center, which we're having to vacate March 31st of next year. In 2020, Lift supported the opening of a pandemic and emergency sheltering service at the Westview Center Motel. And I wasn't here for that event, but I hear there was quite a few challenges associated with that experience. This temporary location moved to our Joyce Avenue emergency shelter in 2022. And most recently in 2023, Lift Community Services supported the region's first point-in-time homelessness count that identified 126 individuals experiencing homelessness. There was no provincial count conducted in 2024, and we're happy to share that we'll be partnering with Homelessness Services Association of BC to help administer a point-in-time homeless count in March of next year. This will really give us a more current snapshot of homelessness and service needs in the community. There are so many factors that have helped contribute to our community changing so rapidly. These changes are population-wise, community issue-wise, housing-wise. In many ways, this city, like many, has changed dramatically in the last several years. The toxic drug supply, as I mentioned, this was declared a public health emergency in 2016, and unregulated drug toxicity remains the leading cause of death in BC for people aged 10 to 59. Well, we're optimistic and starting to see some improvements with the death rate. Unregulated substance use has become much more visible in the community over the past years as more types of substances have made their way into the community. The COVID-19 pandemic, it seems not that long ago, but so long ago. This was a time of general upheaval and impacted all people's lives in one way or another. Through the work that we do, we know a lot of people who lost work during this time and became homeless after not being able to afford their rent. And the housing market. Our 2021 Cathet Housing Regional Housing Needs Report found that average rent increased 49% between 2016 and 2021, making it unaffordable for many people. The same report indicated that available rental housing meets less than 40% of demand in our community. And meanwhile, real estate prices continue to increase. The average cost of a home in the city was $350,000 in 2019, $650,000 in 2022, and I can't even keep track of what it would be in 2024 or 2025. And while this is all happening, the cost of living continues to increase. The local living wage has significantly increased over the past 2 years alone, 7.4%. Sorry, I'm not yelling at you, but I'm emphatic. 7.4% in 2023 and almost 6% this year, bringing the hourly wage up to $26.49. Through our work, we're hearing more anecdotes from families having to choose between buying groceries or paying utilities and paying rent. In the 2023 Cathet point-in-time homelessness count, 41% of respondents cited not enough income as a reason for housing loss. And I share this with you because I want to take the opportunity to acknowledge that change can be really hard, especially when it comes to issues like visible substance use, mental health challenges, poverty, homelessness. It's uncomfortable and scary and can lead to a lot of misunderstanding and fear. And fear and misunderstanding is contributing to the perpetuation of some harmful untruths that we see circulating in not only our community, but in other communities provincially and nationally. On the screen are a few examples of the feedback myself and LIFT employees receive both directly and indirectly about some of our highly visible housing and harm reduction supports. And I specifically chose these examples because they're false, but they speak to a misunderstanding about some of the hard issues our community is facing. So, away from the doom and gloom, recognizing that LIFT services aren't going anywhere, that the services we offer are in high demand, and that there is this misunderstanding of some of the issues we address and our programs and approaches. We committed to an ongoing engagement process last year. This started as an outreach project where our management team outreached to business and household neighbors and led to a community-wide online survey to get feedback about how we can do a better job at sharing information with the community. There were three main themes that came out of this engagement work. Firstly, education. So LIFT has an opportunity to lead when it comes to educating the community about the issues that our work addresses, like homelessness and substance use, for example. Demonstrate action. We need to build trust with the community or rebuild trust with the community through action and communicate what we are doing to address issues, concerns, and create opportunities for feedback. And lastly, empower our supporters. Many people are eager to learn more about and/or support our work. So we need to find ways to lean into this interest and make it happen. The detailed results in report and the full report are on our website and accessible. We've also been putting a lot of focus into community engagement and information sharing, and I'm happy to look around the room and see that multiple people in this space have been participating. Last month, we partnered with Cinema Politica Cathet to host a screening of the 2023 documentary, Someone Lives Here, at the Patricia Hotel. This is a Toronto-based documentary that really highlights the complexities of trying to address increasing experience of homelessness. A couple weeks ago, we were happy to host Carolina Ibarra from Pacifica Housing on Vancouver Island to give a talk entitled Finding a Path Forward, BC's Homelessness Crisis. We had about 50 people come out for the free talk held at the Cathet Art Gallery and received really thoughtful and positive feedback from the event. And we're also pleased to share that in February, we are bringing Guy Felicella back to the community to speak about community approaches to harm reduction and recovery. We've invited Brooks to partner on the event. So there will be a talk for high school students in the afternoon, followed by a community event that evening. And as I mentioned, we have one other big event so far coming up in the coming months, and this is the homeless count. So this will be an opportunity for individuals, students, faith groups, elected officials to come out and learn more about homelessness and get involved in the work. Recognizing the ongoing need for continued outreach and education opportunities in the community, we continue to actively engage in conversations with our partners, with our funders, about ways to supplement issues-related education and information sharing in different formats for the community. And we are looking at how we can intentionally bring the community into our work. Earlier this fall, we held a warm clothing drive and received an outpouring of generosity and support from the public. We heard from so many people asking how they can get involved in our work and how they can help. And all of this, forced us to recognize that there's a wish to contribute to addressing issues like homelessness in the community. So in the new year, we will be launching a Friends of LIFT campaign to create concrete opportunities for learning and engagement with interested community members. And finally, an expression of gratitude to city staff, mayor, council for their ongoing engagement and support, working towards the shared goals of the community. I am wishing you all a restorative and peaceful holiday break and welcome any questions or comments.
Comments, you got lots. Councillor Isaacson first, so you can go ahead. Osno is next, and Councillor Southcott after that.
Thank you, Chair. So I've been able to attend some of the education events put on by LIFT. So the most recent Fentanyl Forum with Guy Felicelli, with Guy, and the homelessness, the pathways. Again, forget the title of that one, where the CEO of Pacifica was there. And I found them very informative, and it was helpful to have kind of someone from the outside of our community talk kind of holistically and quite frankly about some of the challenges that our community as well as communities around the country face. And so I do appreciate the outward focus. I'm wondering when it comes to some of the other community engagement activities you talked of, I think about some of the things that were covered by the Pacifica CEO. One of them, for example, was like a community neighborhood barbecue, like helping build relationships between of residents of the area, including people who live in the Joyce Building, and whether that was something that might work locally. And then also another way, again, for two-way communication that Pacifica has used is, if a neighbor in the area has had an issue with someone that they know lives in supportive housing, being able to connect with housing staff and see if there's a way to come to resolution that doesn't, escalate it to the police, but somehow can still come to resolution. So I'm wondering if you could talk a little bit more about neighborhood interactions that's like really specific to issues as opposed to just like general stuff. But if a neighbor wants to build a specific relationship at a barbecue or wants to talk to housing staff about a particular concern, where those opportunities might already exist and where, if you have any plans for more like that in the future.
Sure. Thank you for the question and the comment. I would share that we have quite established communication pathways with our business neighbors, where we have a routine expectation that someone from leadership is reaching out to specific business neighbors at a certain frequency, which we've decided on based on issues that they're facing. I do agree that there's an opportunity to develop more robust in-person relationships with our residential neighbors. And how we get there has always been a little bit of a challenge due to our priority of the need to balance our resident and our participants' sense of safety and well-being and privacy while trying to navigate. So I'm happy for any suggestions. The idea of a barbecue has been thrown around for some years and is quite unilaterally declined by the residents of our current supportive housing due to a sense of unsafety.
Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for pointing out that change can be hard and that LIFT would like to rebuild trust within our community. I took an oath of office that I would carry out my duties with integrity. To me, this means making decisions based on facts and good research. I say this so you know that my question is to respect my oath of office and should not be considered as a negative comment on your organization. With regard to supportive housing, I have previously led the development of supportive housing and chaired the board of a number of supportive housing organizations. For the last 3 years, I have studied the supportive housing project that LIFT manages. As president of the Westview Ratepayers Society, I arranged a series of community meetings to better understand the impact of that project on neighboring community and businesses. I also participated in LIFT Community Dialogue and several meetings with BC Housing and LIFT staff. 2 years ago, I recommended to BC Housing that they evaluate the success of supportive housing management teams that have used the work of Dr. William Glasser as a foundation for their management approach. BC Housing indicated that they would look at these examples I gave them and get back to me. I'm still waiting for a reply. Given the significance of supportive housing in Powell River, 2 weeks ago, I met with Mayor Patrick Johnson of New Westminster. New Westminster has the highest number of supportive housing units per capita in BC. They have not faced the negative impacts of supportive housing that we have in Powell River. Why? Probably the major reason is that they have societies like Lookout, who have a impressive record of managing supportive housing in the province. They currently manage 18 supportive housing programs and have been approached by Campbell River to manage their new facility. I also met with Archway, who manages supportive housing in Abbotsford. At one of their facilities, I met with their executive director and again noted that a trained, experienced team is key to managing potential impacts on the neighbors. I had an opportunity to talk with neighbors, and the facility is located less than 40 feet from the closest neighbor. This is the base for the following question. Would you recommend to BC Housing that they support a management transition from LIFT to a society like Lookout that has a successful track record and successfully manage supportive housing projects both in the Lower Mainland and Vancouver Island? By doing so, you would protect the reputation of LIFT and its predecessor, PREP, who had and is providing important community programs in Powell River.
That's a lot to digest. Appreciate the preamble and the context for the question. It's hard for me to answer that in a blatant and transparent way, so I might kind of circle around it and hopefully I get to the heart of what you're trying to seek. Before I address that, I would want to share that you highlighted two intentions that LIFT has, and so I think there's other intentions that you may have overlooked. Certainly, we have an intention to be transparent, to bring education and engagement into the community. And at the heart of the work, we have an intention to take care of the people who are accessing our services. So I just want to make sure that that's very clear to both mayor and council members. When it comes to the question of whether LIFT is the appropriate or best organization to manage supportive housing, if we have the most training and skills, I would like to share respectfully with mayor and council that I come to this meeting and I come to my work with over 2 decades of work in mental health and substance use within supportive housing sites, working with people experiencing homelessness. And so my resume and pedigree compares to many of those who provide leadership in organizations such as Lookout, which I've spent a lot of time in, and other supportive housing providers. Whether LIFT is the operator of the local supportive housing, I leave that up to the will of BC Housing. That is, I have no personal gain from operating that resource, except the personal gain that I feel in my heart, knowing that we're doing good work to people who would otherwise be faced with abject homelessness and suffering in our community. So I guess my answer is no.
Thank you. Just for follow-up, I did not suggest at any time that facility should not be continued to be used to help individuals. What I'm suggesting is, based on the experience that I've gathered and the results of other mayors and other communities, there's a better way to manage that facility. Thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. So first, I just want to honor 2 things. One is your background, which is similar to mine. I know you worked in the downtown east side, and if I'm not wrong, Lookout started in the 500 block of Powell Street. I came away from there, and I understand you did too, but I was extremely familiar with that service because it was inside of 2 blocks from where I worked in the 700 block of Powell Street as a paramedic. And they were really an amazing service. So they have expanded, and that's pretty incredible. The second thing I want to honor is the long history of LIFT which was called the Prep Society before that, and the many different services that your organization has provided over the years to this community, not just supportive housing, not just overseeing overdose prevention and harm reduction. But that, of course, is what LIFT is now associated with. Specifically with, and I hope this doesn't get into personalities, but I wanted to honor your background, Ms. Markle, because it's extremely relevant to the situation that is in our community now. Whereas that may be a substantive and quantum change from, recent anyway. I honor that too. And having gotten to know you a little bit through VCH when I was involved with BC Ambulance, I have confidence in you. So the question I have is specific to supportive housing and harm reduction, and it is this. My understanding is that LIFT has a contract with the province of BC, BC Housing, VCH. I'm not sure exactly what all that is, but the point is that it isn't with any municipal government or local government. So LIFT's responsibility in that respect is to the province, which arguably and jurisdictionally is responsible for social services like what LIFT provides. In that contract, if you can answer this question, can you define what the responsibility of LIFT is as far as, can you delineate between responsibility for the facility and for the community at large? I hear an awful lot of what's hard for me not to see as blame towards LIFT for what's going on in a way that I see it from my background and understanding as outside of what LIFT is actually able to take responsibility for. And that seems to be was misunderstanding. You mentioned misunderstanding, and that is in capital letters in my view, which I really don't think is helpful in this community, because if we don't understand our situation, we can't deal with it. So I think there's more our community can do, but can you specifically speak to the line between what LIFT can and can't be is responsible for based on contract and can't be responsible for unless your jurisdiction or your responsibility is expanded by the contracts you have with the province?
Thank you. There's a really easy answer, and then there's like the more honest and true answer. So the easy answer is that our funding contracts make us responsible for the operationalization of a model. So often they will dictate different details like what kind of programs we have to offer, how many meals a day we have to give, how many staff we have. So they really are within the box of the program. And I do think that LIFT has a larger responsibility to the community to be doing work around homelessness, mental health, and substance use that does not negate the broader responsibility of the community. So nowhere in our contracts does it say that we should have peer-based community sweeps. Well, we launched that 2 months ago to help mitigate the impact of garbage or drug paraphernalia on the businesses between our supportive housing and our shelter. Nowhere in our contracts does it suggest that we should be providing education, or we should be doing open houses, or I should be presenting to city council or going to the business community and hosting breakfasts. But that work is so much more potentially sustainable and impactful than standing up services. So I hope that provides a little bit of an answer. I would add that, one of the responsibilities I'm trying to endorse and the organization is trying to endorse is bringing more people into the conversation, because we know we live in this community because being surrounded by so many caring individuals. So how do we create opportunities for people to move into action from inaction?
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Ms. Markle. It's so great to have you here, and I feel like we need more of these conversations. This is a very good forum to make the conversation accessible to the community to listen to. So I have a few comments and a few questions. First, I wanted to comment that many of the initiatives you put on your timeline, I have been a part of, right? I did.
Thank you.
I did volunteer for the last homelessness count, and I wanted everyone to know that anyone can volunteer to be part of that. And one of the things I learned while interviewing and helping folks fill out the survey forms when I was volunteering in that count is for every person who agrees to have a form filled out, there's 2 or 3 others that don't. So there are so many people out there that fit the criteria for filling out that survey and being counted that are not counted. So I ran across quite a few people that did not fill out a form because they just don't trust what might happen after that form leaves there. And so I just wanted folks to be aware that if you have time to give, to donate to the initiatives that are being done, it not only helps that initiative, it also helps educate yourself about what the situation is. It helps you engage with people and become a little more understanding of what those folks are dealing with and who they are. I talked to a woman who was living on a boat, for example, and she was pregnant, and she just wanted to know if there was somewhere she could go where it was warmer sometimes, because the boat got really cold in the winter. And so we pointed her toward the CRC that might be able to help her with that, and she would be considered underhoused and would have fit the criteria for the form to be filled out, but did not fill out a form. So we don't have her in our count. So just trying to bring awareness to the need for folks, and we didn't have enough people sitting out there trying to get that count either. We could have used more volunteers. We had some key locations. There were other things we could have done to get a bit better and more accurate count that we just didn't have enough bodies for. So I just wanted to put that plug in there for you that I've done that. I wanted to know if LIFT is promoting opportunities for people to be volunteers. So what are you looking for people to do? How can they contact you and say, yeah, I'd like to do that? And are we promoting that kind of stuff? Because I'm assuming more volunteers would be better.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I'll see you at the count in March. When it comes to volunteers, this is an area of focus because it really lends itself to various aspects of our strat plan, like bringing in our supporters, mobilizing the community, increasing impact. So there's, currently one pool of volunteers that we have that are really program specific. So we have a bundle of lovely volunteers who support our literacy program, a different group that supports our welcome center. And when I reference the Friends of LIFT campaign, what that's going to be about is really bringing people in to volunteer for specific activities. So an example would be someone to help organize seating when Guy Felicello's here, or to support the homelessness count. So more org-wide initiatives. And so we are just teasing out the details of how we're going to launch that, likely in January. And, certainly there would be a social media campaign. It'd be in our newsletter. We'd send it out to specific partners. And it's really affording community members like a time-limited volunteer opportunity. And we'll be putting a few teases out there, like, that there'll be swag and education and bringing more people to the work we do. And we'd been thinking about it for a while, and this really took root when we did our cold weather clothing drive, with so many people being like, we want to help, we want to help. And we were like, why didn't we have people manning the table? Like, this is an amazing way for the community to get involved to whatever capacity they're comfortable with. So you'll likely see more coming out in January about this.
Then my second question is to do with, I know that one of the concerns in the community we have is activities that are happening throughout the community that are not necessarily tied to any particular place, but may seem to be concentrated in the area of where we're providing services. They can be like theft or interactions between people that are unsafe or things like that. Do you think that LIFT might be interested in a role along with other people to increase our community presence in assisting with that kind of thing? And I just ask that because I know that the jurisdiction is obviously our lovely RCMP over here for the community policing and safety and that kind of thing. It seems to be there's a need for coordination between our social and policing aspects to create a solution that might be different than what we're doing right now. And so I'm just wondering what your thoughts on that are.
Thanks. I think that the best solutions are those that are come to through collaborative process. So I'm definitely interested in embarking on any conversations that bring multi-jurisdictions, multi-partners to the table. Some of the examples of that type of work is with our homelessness task force, which we're drafting a letter to invite representation from this group. And, you know, there is also other community-based initiatives that are popping up that are outside of LIFT. The reality is that just like we are not the cause of the impacts of homelessness, LIFT can't be the solution.
Last question. Thank you, Chair.
You're generous today.
You are. You're Santa Claus for sure. My last question has to do with if you could wave a magic wand and get a resource that would work to make something better, what would it be?
Should I throw out a second proposed supportive housing with permanent shelter? Or is that just a bit too cheeky?
Well, if that's what you're thinking, then that's what you should totally tell me about.
Well, I think of most immediate and pressing need is our loss of the emergency shelter and overdose prevention site. As of March 31st, 2025, everyone in the room is aware that we've been unsuccessful at securing a new location as of yet. We remain optimistic and are putting a lot of energy into this. But if I had a magic wand, I'd wave a solution to that for fear of the suffering that the people who access that service and the larger community will experience if we have a disruption to service.
Councillor Palm, you're on the list.
Chair, thank you. Through the chair, Ms. Markle, I want to thank you for bringing your long-term experience in this aspect to the table. You know, this started in 2019 when the first supportive housing building went the outset because of lack of communication and whatnot. Things were kind of falling apart very quickly, and your predecessor that you have recently replaced was instrumental in making change and bringing about a better atmosphere in the community. I really thank her for what she's done, and I know you'll do much of the same with your great experience and your background. And also, I want to thank you for reaching out to me and having coffee with me at River City late last week, because communication is the key. And as far as I'm concerned, and your last slide here, community working together is the answer. So first thing I want to say in terms of it's timely that you've reached out, considering what's happening elsewhere. My notice of motion is very similar to what's came forward in Sechelt recently. And they are a semi-isolated community, much like we are, a small community. And things, as far as our council are concerned, are not going great. And I toned down their motion because I didn't want to come after you, because I know it's a tough job and somebody has to do it. I also am thankful for the mayor's comments here today, because I see that as the direction where we need to head from here. And that is another supportive layer of care and treatment for the fine folks that you're looking after under your first building and perhaps the second. Because just putting a roof over their head is not solving the issue. And I have to say the complications that are arising in our community in regard to that are well documented, and we all know that all of our businesses are hiring security and all the rest. And there's a lot of kerfuffle going on out there in our community, and we want to support everybody in our community, not just the people that you service personally, but all the people living around and all the businesses that support all of us. So I hear you. And as I said to you previously, my motion is not to come after you or your organization. It's to shed awareness with the community that we are concerned, with government that we need to do better, and we need better support and resources. Because living in a small community, as our conversation alluded to on Friday, there's only so much you can do when you're training people on the job. And we need the professional, and in the small town, it's hard to find those folks. So something needs to change. So my reason for bringing that forward to echo Sechelt is simply to send the same cohesive message to government and all those involved, particularly now that we have a new MLA that needs to be brought up to speed, and hopefully we can collaborate with for greater care for everyone. So thank you for being here today.
Thank you. One thing I would just like to share for Mayor and Council's awareness is that the current supportive housing operator in Sechelt is a very large supportive housing operator that is primarily based in Vancouver. So it is an example of a external organization coming into a more remote, less urban location, and struggling with, reportedly, I have no personal information about this, but struggling reportedly with the same misinformation, public perception, and understanding that supportive housing is the cause of some of the visible substance use impacts of homelessness and mental health.
One more guy who wants to say something. That's me. So first, thanks for coming today, because people have been asking to hear more in public from LIFT and from yourself and other people involved. And it's been a great opportunity, and we've explored a lot of things. Seems any discussion with LIFT in the last 2 years seems to have boiled down to a discussion about supportive housing. And I know that LIFT does much more than supportive housing. You do shelter work, you do family outreach with the family center and things like that, and you do overdose prevention site work. Those are key things that save lives in our community. And I don't want to ignore the fact that those things happen. I think in the first question, what do you do about homelessness? I think, it's not a huge leap of logic that housing will do something to solve homelessness. It won't solve every problem. It won't solve all of the housing. But if people are homeless, providing housing seems to me a good logical first step, and a way from all the experts I've paid attention to find a way to solve other problems that people have when they're homeless. Give people shelter, get a better opportunity for treatment, better opportunities for recovery, and better opportunities to integrate more fully into society. Those things I believe in. I also am looking at the Powell River rumors, and wherever I go, I hear those rumors echoed back loud and clear, as truth. If I was at the a Ratepayers Society meeting last week, and people were saying, if we build another supportive housing, more homeless people will come here because it's such a great place to be on the street. I disagree with that. It's one thing I'm going to ask you about at the end, but I also want to say that I was, for a while, when I was in the regional district, on the Community Advisory Committee for the supportive housing. And I watched as people, residents of the supportive housing, tried to come to those meetings and talk about it. And they talked about barbecues and things without revealing confidential stuff that went on at those committee meetings. Outreach to the community was talked about. But I think what people are afraid of is getting together in a situation of interaction in the community where residents of the supportive housing are not treated with acceptance and respect. Now, I get invited all kinds of places, and I go places where I think I'm not going to be treated with acceptance and respect because I'm that kind of guy. But not everybody wants to do that on a Saturday. A lot of people want to go where they're going to be treated with acceptance and respect. And if we're going to have barbecues for people in supportive housing or people anywhere else, people who use the overdose prevention site, for example, we're going to have to find a way to meet together in an atmosphere of acceptance and respect so we can actually talk and listen to each other instead of accusing each other of things. But, just I'm going to ask you to address the question of individuals moving to Powell River to access the services that are here. Is that real, and what facts can you tell us about that?
Let me take a breath with addressing some of the Powell rumors. I hear that one often, and my first response, which is a little bit off the hip, is like, we don't have that many services. Why would you move here for the services? You can't even get a free meal every day of the week. Stay in Vancouver, stay in Victoria. And we can't control people and their ability to move freely, just like you and I do. When it comes to our supportive housing building, all individuals who access supportive housing have a clinical assessment by a Vancouver Coastal Health clinician that ranks their vulnerability. So these are all individuals who need to have established a relationship with a mental health clinician, for lack of a better word. We do not accept referrals into our housing building from outside of the community. What we do know from our point in time homelessness count is a disproportionate amount of the people who presented as homeless had lived in community for 5 years, and a significant amount had always lived here or always been connected. And also what I do know subjectively from the work I do with people is almost all of the individuals I chat with have a rich history with the community, whether that's a connection through family, a connection through childhood, or an always connection. When we talk about, these perpetual misunderstandings or mistruths, I really think it talks to one of the pieces I mentioned about LIFT needing to rebuild trust with the community, because I too have these conversations and I can pull all sorts of numbers out of my back pocket, and many people don't move from their understanding. And so I think it speaks to, the fear and loss people are enduring, the sadness related to change. And it also speaks to some reputational damage that LIFT has experienced over the last years, whether right or wrong.
Councillor Southcott, second.
Just a quick question, follow up from what the chair just brought up. Would it be true, and this comes from previous experience dealing with people who, many of whom are homeless now in this community, would it be true to say that people are moving here from Black Point, from Southview, maybe Lund, moving here from Granbury, from Wildwood, because they lost housing, and now they're turning up as apparently here, but from someplace else, because people might not have seen them before?
Oh, yeah, no, thank you. I think your question speaks to the really unique presentation of homelessness in a more rural setting before we tip over into a more urban presentation of, you know, encampments and increasing invisibility or visibility. So we do know from the work we do, and me from my love of the woods and wandering, that we have people camped out in all sorts of different locations, whether in a vehicle or in a tent. We are seeing some conglomeration of cars happening in particular areas of the community. And the reality is that the cars break down and people need to be close to resources. The tent gets a rip. People need a place to sleep. So there is definitely often a pull towards the center of town for access to resources, transportation, supports, ready access to medical appointments, those sorts of things that inevitably seem to happen as people's resources continue to get wicked away.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Just want to give you one simple example. So we understand that housing, mental addiction, is provincial responsibility. What is the responsibility of our council is when an 83-year-old woman who has lived in a home for over 50 years cannot leave a window open during the summer when it's 95 degrees, is afraid to go for a walk in her community, has to ensure that everything in the yard of any value is put away. So that is an issue that did not exist before the Lift Manage project was put in on Joy Street. So it is our council responsibility to deal with that. And that is why I'm suggesting again that you have a serious conversation with BC Housing about turning over the management to other organizations that have demonstrated the ability to run these in a variety of communities without the negative impact.
Thank you. I appreciate the thoughtfulness you've put into that suggestion and the preparation you put into bringing that forward in anticipation of my delegation. Once again, I would like to reframe some of your statements or challenge some of your statements with the utmost respect, to encourage people to reflect on whether supportive housing is the cause of an 83-year-old not being able to leave their house, or if the cause of an 83-year-old not being able to leave their house, as per your example, is really a reflection of the increasing numbers of homeless people that we're seeing in the community, the overwhelming fear and lack of safety that people are experiencing. And I do appreciate the council's duty to be concerned about all citizens. And I do want to stress that it's all citizens that is within the jurisdiction of the council, and that LIFT certainly has awareness and care for the residential neighbors and business neighbors that surround the sites of the service we're doing. And we're committed to connecting with them and trying to do the best that we can to reduce impacts while bringing other community partners into the work to have a broader impact.
Thank you. Any other questions? Well, thank you for your presentation. It was good to see you, and I'm looking forward to lots more community engagement.
Happy holidays. See you in the new year.
Merry Christmas.
Is somebody's car doing that?
No, I was just going to ask the CAO if she could do something. Because the building alarm is repeatedly going off on me, and I'm going to get really.
Through the chair, I am working to have it sorted. It was just fixed and then it's come on again, and we think it's the planning alarm, and I have already sent Miss Walls to address it. So we're on that. If it is the city building, we have people working on it. Thank you.
It is the building, and I hear it starting and stopping, but quite distracting for all of us that are within earshot of it here. So our next item on the agenda, there is no correspondence, and if anybody's curious about that, all the correspondence that council is getting is put together in a package on the Friday before council meetings, and you can find all the correspondence that council gets online if you'd like to go and read that. Next we have is reports for information, which is the RCMP quarterly report and situation update. Or I think acting detachment commander is going to be helping us here. We're in between
That's correct.
people in charge.
Have a little bit more hair for the time being. Yes, good evening. Thanks for having me tonight. Yeah, I'm going to be presenting our third quarter report for you folks, and that's from months July, September, or July, August, and September. All right. So during that time period, we received calls for service up to 1,919 during 2023. The same period of we received 1,777. So we're looking at an 8% increase during that time period. Year to date, now this is at the end of September, we're looking at 5,174 calls for service. So at that point, we're above by about 6%. We're trending even higher this date today. In regards to our non-criminal calls for service, our check well-being calls for the third quarter was 152, comparable to 2023 quarter three of 158, trending downward by about 4%. The year to date was 465, so that was an increase of about 14%. Mental Health Act, this was nice to see. Quarter three saw 35 Mental Health Act related calls for service, comparable to 84 for 2023 during that quarter, a reduction of 82%. Overall, year to date, we're looking at a reduction of about 41%, so 143 total. So that's a very nice surprise for us. Unspecified assistance, these reports are calls that fall within a category that we can't really categorize. An example would be a call for keeping the peace between folks when separating or assisting another agency. We received 90 during quarter three calls, and comparable 83 from quarter three in 2023. We're trending just above from the previous year. Missing persons, we did see an increase of our missing persons related complaints. Quarter three saw 30 in 2024. 2023, there were 9 total. So we're looking at 108% increase, 45% increase for the year to date. All right, so I'll move over to persons crime. So persons crimes, these include the assault, extortion, sex offenses, et cetera. In total, we're looking at 138 during that quarter, calls for service, comparable to 131. That's an increase of 5%. Year to date, we had 337 in total, which is just marginally above what we were the previous year. Assaults were trending downwards, 61, comparable to quarter three in 2023, where we saw 69. Overall, we're looking at a slight increase of 6% with a total of 154. Extortions, they stayed the same across the board. Overall, we're looking at a minus of 18%, so reduction. So that's always a good thing. Sexual offenses, We are seeing a troubling increase during that quarter. We had 21 calls for service comparable to 10 in 2023. So we saw an increase of 110%, an overall increase of 30% up to that point, up to the end of September, with a total of 35 complaints. Harassment, we're looking marginally the same from quarter 3 in 2024 to 2023, 19 versus the 17, so we're up 12%. Overall, though, we are trending downward with 41 total, with 34% decrease. Uttering threats, we saw a slight increase. Quarter 3 saw 36 complaints to us, comparable to quarter 3 where we saw 34. Overall, we had 97 complaints, which is trending upward just about 7%. Moving over to property crime. Our property crime is marginally increased up to the end of September. So we had a total of 247 calls for service, comparable to quarter 3 of 2023, where we had 231, increased 7%. Year to date was 733, or above 4%. Our bike thefts increased only marginally. We had 8 reports in quarter 3 of 2024, comparable to 5. Our year to date is 20. You know, the big number of 150%. Overall, that's really not too many. Residential break-and enters are similar. Well, there's no change up until the end of September, with a decrease yearly of 20%. So we had 24 total calls for service. Our break-and enters for businesses did see a small increase during that quarter. We had 9, comparable to 7 in 2023. We saw an increase of 29% during those comparables over the year. Overall, though, we did see a decrease. Total calls for a B&E to business was 32, minus 9%. And then we have break and enter other, categorized as outbuildings, shops, things of that sort. We saw a decrease from, we had 7 in quarter 3 this year, where we had 9 the previous year. Theft under $5,000. Quarter 3 saw 31 complaints or calls for service. 2023 saw 27, so we have a slight increase over last year of 15%. Overall, though, trending downwards with 94, with down 18% comparable. Shoplifting is up marginally by 1 complaint, comparable to the previous year's quarter. So we had 22 in 2024 and then 21 in 2023. Year to date, it's pretty much flat, the same as last year. Theft from vehicles, nice to see those drop down. We had 2 in that quarter, comparable to 14 in 2023. So we were down 85%, big percentage number, but small numbers overall. And we've had 29 reports year to date. That's a minus 33%. Theft from vehicles has remained fairly flat. We had 7 reports during the summer months when comparable to 2023, where we had 6. Year to date, there really was no change. Our frauds are down substantially. We had 28 reports of fraud during the third quarter of this year, comparable to 44 of last year. Year to date, we're at 105. We're just trending 5% downwards, so that's a positive. Mischiefs, they're way up. Our mischiefs in this quarter in the summer were 118. When I say mischief, that can be damage to property. That can be somebody refusing to leave a premise. It can be along that vein there. In 2023, we had 70 reports, so we're up 69%. So far, year to date, 294. We are up 45% on those. Move over to drug offenses and weapons offenses. So our drug offenses, our numbers are pretty low. They have been over the last number of years. 2024 quarter three saw 11 reports or calls for service or investigations. 2023 saw 6, so we did see an increase. Year to date with 20, it's an increase of 25%. Drug trafficking, we've doubled with 4 in the summer months, comparable to 2 in 2023 during the summer. Overall, though, we are trending downward. That was 5 reports. Well, that number doesn't make any, sorry. Yeah, that works out. So we got 5 for this year in total. Weapons offenses, we are at 4 reports for the summer months where we had 8, so we're down 50%. Our total for the year is 20 calls for service. All right, so some investigations of note during July, August, September. Texada Island is a satellite detachment of Powell River. We do look after the office there. There are 2 members posted there. There are rural officers. They're not municipal police officers, but there was a homicide that occurred on the island that involved tapping into the resources of our members here, as well as the resources of the Vancouver Island Major Crime Unit. In regards to that investigation, a suspect was located, arrested, but then later released. That's pending further investigation by our Major Crime Unit. We also experienced a unique trend of robbery and violent thefts happening at our local grocery stores. This was particular to the month of August for some reason. We've been able to really figure that out. Things have stabilized somewhat since. But what I can report is that we did have a number of thefts. Freshco, where an accused brandished a knife when confronted by store staff after shoplifting. We were able to locate the accused, arrest them, and charge them. There was a theft at Save On Foods. When confronted, an accused threatened to kill the staff member, displayed what appeared to be a handgun and a knife in their back pocket. Again, the accused was located, arrested, and charged. That's still before the courts. Theft at Freshco, where an accused confronted the LPO or the loss prevention officer outside the store. The accused swung a skateboard at the loss prevention officer's head, but missed striking the body instead. Again, that individual was located, arrested, charged. And then another event at Freshco where an accused was confronted by a loss prevention officer outside the store. Accused punched the loss prevention officer and escaped the scene. Through our video surveillance, their video surveillance, we were able to locate and arrest the subject. Most of the summer was fairly uneventful, other than our regular calls for service. Nothing too extraordinary, but these were more or less the highlights of what we were dealing with. So I can move on to our community programs. So Constable Paula Perry, she's in the room right here. She's our community policing officer, and she's responsible for a lot of our community programming. Summertime is a more difficult time for that, and everyone's on holidays or away from the community. So she spent a lot of her time assisting us in policing roles. But there are some great programs that she was a part of. The BC Association of Chiefs of Police brought out a program called Neurodiverse and Autistic DECO program. So this program here aimed to improve interactions between police and neurodiverse autistic individuals. What it was is we had these decals that folks in the community are able to come pick up and place either at their doorway in their house or in the window of their vehicle. And so what this does, it helps us as police, helps us other first responders. I believe fire and ambulance were also a part of the program. It helps us when we arrive at a location or stop a vehicle. We can identify that there might be somebody inside the vehicle with some sensitivities or special needs, and we can approach it or manage how we approach it in a more effective manner. The summertime also saw one of our members, Constable Alex McNulty, prepare and fundraise for the annual Cops for Cancer Tour de Coast. The goal of this is raise money for child cancer research and Camp Good Times and other support programs. This was Alex's second year riding for Powell River. During the course of fundraising, which was through annual charity hockey game. That's the one we play against the fire department, as well as barbecues, charity dinner, and head shaves. He was able to raise just over $13,000. He rode just shy of 800 kilometers throughout the Lower Mainland, Sunshine Coast, and the Sea to Sky corridor. All right, so this next slide here, I'm going to let Constable Paula Perry come up and discuss. She's the chair of our local situation table, and she can provide some updates as to the status of it at the moment.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. As Sergeant Kerr said, I'm Constable Paula Perry. I am the Crime Prevention Community Police Officer here in Powell River. I spent some time in the summer working on our situation table. For those of you that don't know, the situation table was developed to address community members with elevated risk, so elevated risk for harm. Frontline community resources come together and discuss and collaborate on interventions for community members in order to prevent harm and harmful incidences. And we do that by anticipating and intervening and hoping to prevent 911 calls. So in our first meeting, we selected a chair, which is me. So that's what we accomplished, and set up training for everyone that was involved. So currently there are 53 members, and usually in the meetings we get anywhere from 15 to 20 participating. Almost everyone's completed the training. I believe there's only a handful that still is ongoing. In the second meeting, we did some rapport building, started to get to know each other, develop a more extensive list of resources in the community. That will be ongoing. One of the challenges we have is mapping a list of all the resources in the community. So Lisa and I are going to be working on that in the new year, of getting someone to map a community resource of all the resources so that they're more accessible for us. So we know exactly who we can be calling on to support people that are at risk. So we're going to be working on that. We did some trust building exercises, question and answers about the training, kind of did roundtable discussions about what the situation table is going to look like when it's up and running. In our third meeting, we did some scenarios. So I brought some scenarios to the table. Some other community partners brought some scenarios, and we kind of talked through how we did like a bit like a meeting, kind of a practice meeting, and brought cases forward and how it would go. And so that was really successful. It's kind of, I think at this point, we're ready to just dig in and get it going. And so then we can work out some kinks along the way. I think digging in at this point is going to be the best way. And so our next meeting set for January, and we're going to have people bringing situations to the table starting January. Does anyone have any questions about the situation table specifically?
Yeah. Councilor Elliott, the most excited person go first. Like
I'm always excited. We're working on our community and we're trying to find solutions. So that's always a positive thing. The scenarios you ran through, and I noticed on your update, you say one client identified and forwarded for supports. So was that a situation brought forward at one of your meetings that you used, or how did that go?
Yeah, so that was one of the scenarios I brought forward in our third meeting. So it was scenarios, but this one was an actual real scenario. So through that, the table did decide that it was appropriate for the situation table. So then what happens after the table decides it's appropriate is then you gather the resources that will be helpful in that situation. So then those resources kind of organically came together because it was ongoing in the community, and we held a level 2 meeting, which then involves a little bit more specific and who should be involved. And then after that, we held a level 3 meeting and actually came up with some wraparound resources and an action plan.
So the meetings held for the situation table are not the same as meetings held to sort out a situation.
That's right.
Okay.
It's the same group of people, but it's pared down. So whereas there's 53 participants, for each situation, you won't need 53 resources. It's going to be pared down to the resources that will be relevant to that situation.
You create a little action plan for that one and bring in.
Exactly. And that way too, there's the less people, the people that won't be involved in the action plan don't need to know the details.
Yeah.
So then privacy is key. Confidential and privacy is key in this table.
Okay, that helps lots. Thank you.
Yeah.
Mayor Wasno.
Thank you, Chair. Just in case you weren't aware, about 3 years ago, Powell River Assist did a survey of community resources.
Mhm.
What we did was we made up a flyer and we sent it out to every home in Powell River. And also the Seniors Association went through a similar exercise. So
Right.
if you haven't engaged them, they might be able to assist.
Thank you. I'll definitely do that.
And, I've just got a comment. First, thank you for stepping up to be the chair of this. And I just want to talk a little bit about where this came from and how it happened, because, it was an effort by this council to do something about repeat offenders and to try to deal with it in a better way than it was being dealt with at that time. We went with a presentation to all of the powers that be at a UBCM convention, and we had a united council saying, we need some funding to work on this on a community level, and they came up with funding for the situation table. And it's taken a while for it to unfold and to get going, but hopefully it's going to, the idea from my perspective was we're going to get community groups together that can actually do things, can provide treatment and maybe redirect people on a different path that's going to result in less repeat offenses. So I just wanted to make a comment on that and say thank you for stepping up, because my watching the history, it hasn't been easy to find someone to volunteer to be a chair. And I think you'll do an effective job. And I'm hoping that will help to reduce repeat offenses in our neighborhood and get people on a different path.
That's definitely our goal. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other? Councillor Southcott?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We had a bit of a history in trying to keep people out of the hospital, which wasn't exactly the mandate of the agency that I worked for. We were just supposed to take everybody there. It would be like putting everybody you see in jail, I think, for you guys. Not very practical. But the thing, that's not a very good example, but anyway, or comparison. My understanding was every patient we sent to somewhere else or looked after in an alternative way saved $1,000 admission to an emerge. So I felt pretty good about what we were doing, and no trouble ever came of it, in spite of possibly it not being exactly the policy of the ambulance service. So this, when I became aware of this program, I thought, wow, here's another huge potential, like Chair Dowd just mentioned, to a preventative is almost always more cost effective than cure. And the cures in our society often are failing more often than not now. We also, thanks to Councillor Isaacson, tried to get what's called a PACT program here, which would have been more of a response to situation type of program. Is there any element of the situation table that then relates to actual responses? Like, do you set it? Can you speak to that? How that might be the situation table contributes to the work of actually responding to acute situations?
So, yeah, imminent responses like imminent danger, acute responses will be dealt with by the emergency services, of course, anything that needs to be dealt with immediately. So why the situation table comes in then is if somebody's been identified that is that maybe we can prevent a future incident, that's when they come to the table, right? So for example, ambulance, police, fire, nurses, doctors, anyone might bring someone to the table that they've seen 911 calls, repeated 911 calls, and then at that point, then we can bring that person to the table and identify the resources that we can wrap around them to prevent it from continuing to happen. Yeah, so that's the hope.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Councillor Palm, I've been watching you trying to make up your mind if you wanted to
My
comment.
question through the chair is for the statistician. If I could ask a couple of quick questions.
If that's different than the
Wait,
situation
His
table.
presentation isn't finished yet. I just am kind of,
Oh, I see.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Carry on.
I think we're done for
Okay.
questions for you.
Thank
Thanks
you.
again for stepping up. Councillor Palm, would you like to, on the whole report?
Thank you. Through the chair.
Just a minute, one more minute. There's further comment to be
I
made.
have a couple more slides, and then my presentation's complete, unless you would like to ask.
Well, if you can show us the slides and then we'll grill you after that.
Right. Well, thank you, Paula. So I'll continue on to our CMP updates. Just briefly here, our body worn cameras. Axon is still our vendor, and that's still proceeding forward. We have a rollout for our body worn camera for Powell River in June of 2025. The west coast of Vancouver Island, they've been outfitted, I believe by now, I think it was last week. So we're patiently waiting and excited for that program here in town. The Taser 7 is a conductive energy weapon. It's a new version of what we've been wearing for many years now. Our members are almost trained up completely. We have some members wearing that tool in town today. So hasn't been deployed yet, but it's another tool that assists us greatly out in the streets. Our general investigation section, it's a 3-member section at our detachment. It's a plainclothes unit. It's been collapsed since COVID. It was collapsed mainly because of our resourcing struggles at the detachment with members off ODS or vacancies that we held. We now have a corporal that's been assigned into the unit. He was a lateral from Vancouver Island, a very experienced member, and we're very pleased to have him in the unit so we can be a little more proactive as well as investigate some of our more complex investigations in Powell River. We should have a second constable added, or a first constable added to that unit later next month. National Police Federation, I see that's our union. Our collective agreement expires March 31st, 2025. The bargaining process will begin here shortly in the new year. Our union itself has been out doing surveys with us regular members to kind of see what we'd like to talk about. And finally, we have a new detachment commander coming. We have Sergeant Lee Dyson. He's will soon be a staff sergeant here in charge of Powell River. He's comes from the Outer Gulf Islands, where he's currently posted. He is arriving the first week of January for a house hunting trip. So hopefully he'll be ready to go February 2025. And that concludes this presentation. So through the chair, I'd gladly take any questions.
Councillor Palm.
Thank you, through the chair. First of all, I just want to say thank you for this comprehensive report you've delivered here today. It's has a lot of information in it. First question is, the number of missing persons is up over 100% this year. Can you elaborate as to what's happening in that regard?
Yes. So there is a number of organizations in the community that have clients. I can give an example as Lyft is one of them, that they have adopted some more robust rules into if they don't have a specific contact with one of their clients, that they report them to us as a missing person. So that's where we're seeing the majority of that increase there.
Very good. Yeah, I know how time consuming that could be for your detachment. Secondly, we see and we're bombarded by the media with what's happening in the Lower Mainland as far as theft with a weapon, whether it's a knife, whether it's a gun, whatever it may be, physical violence. And you have alluded to some of those instances here in our grocery stores. That's very disturbing to me, and obviously it's not good for the overall community. But what's your message to the overall public that may be working in the store or maybe in close proximity to that type of event? What's your message to them so that we can try to make sure we get that message out?
Yeah, our message there, and I can maybe give a little more context too to some of these calls in August, and in that these stores, or Freshco in particular, began hiring loss prevention officers, and these officers haven't really fully been seen in Powell River. So I think there was a fairly relaxed look upon theft in some stores, and there was a movement to say, hey, no, we're not going to just take this. We're going to try and prosecute this. So I would say, just knowing from my experience through this last year, it's always best not to confront, if you're an employee of a store, an individual, if they're observed to be stealing or suspected to be stealing, and to call out the police. We're equipped. We have the experience to deal with these situations. Obviously, you can keep an eye out, but yeah, the people of Powell River pay taxes for our services, so don't be afraid to call us when we're needed.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I have a couple of questions, so bear with me. And thank you for bringing the Q3 report. It's always good to hear from you folks. How do our stats in general compare to the rest of British Columbia? Do we have outliers? Are we generally trending with the rest of the province, or are we different?
I honestly can't say where we are in comparable to the rest of the province. I do get to look at island, we call it island dashboards, and the trends are fairly similar. I can't give you specifics, but I've seen generals. I'll have a peek just to see what other communities are looking like. Campbell River is a community that's same but quite different. Comox is the same but quite different, so every one has its uniqueness to it. But in general, we are along the same line as those communities.
Okay. My question around some of one of the things that seemed kind of high for me, the missing persons was a curiosity, and you've told me that could be mainly due to reporting differences for the vulnerable folks who live in certain areas. I had heard that shoplifting was a pretty chronic problem happening in our community lately. And my curiosity was, the stats don't seem to be that high for reporting. Do you think it's a matter of underreporting, or what do you think's happening there?
Oh yeah, most definitely it's underreporting. I've spoken with various business owners and employees, and only really do they call when it's something very blatant, or they know it's a person that is known to them specifically as being someone that shoplifts a lot. A lot of times staff say that they just don't bother.
So they're making kind of an assessment of whether they have enough information for you to act on, and if they don't, they're just not reporting it.
There are cases where they suspect somebody shoplifted, but they don't have the evidence to show it or to prove it.
Mm-hmm.
That's one way in which it's being underreported too.
The big outlier seems to be mischief, and it's huge increase. And do you have any thoughts on what that's about?
Yeah, so when I saw that number, I asked our detachment clerk to run some numbers, and she gets to review every single file. That's kind of one of her caveats to her job. A lot of it tends to be refuse to leave from premises or disturbances. Somebody arrives at a location where they're banned or they're not wanted, they're asked to leave, and then they refuse to leave.
Okay.
That's where that sets in. So we have seen an increase in those types of files at our office, be it throughout the mall, in some public areas, things of that sort.
Okay. And then I have a question about your neurodiverse program. So if people are participating in that program, are any of them reporting sort of fallout with, having that decal, making them a target for anyone in the community that might consider that decal to be, labeling their household as a problem household or something like that? And my curiosity around that was, should people be, I wanted to ask the question so people would know the answer and maybe want to participate.
Yeah, no, that's definitely not the case. Yeah, we've had no indication of anyone thinking that a house with that decal or a vehicle or problem folks. It's a really good program. I really support it. The BC Association Chiefs of Police, that's all the police chiefs across BC really support it, and other first responder agencies do as well. It really helps us as police officers. I can speak for myself. When arriving at a location and I see that decal, then I know, okay, I'm going to be a little extra sensitive here. I'm going to calm myself. Not that I'm...
You're so up there.
But it's just a nice extra piece of information that really helps us when we're doing our job, and it helps folks that live with those ailments, those abilities themselves.
So if you're a household who has neurodiverse people in it and you were interested in participating, how would you go about doing that?
Well, you can come to the Power of Detachment. You can ask us to speak with Constable Paula Perry. She's got some decals. We have them at the front counter. We did anyway. I think we still do. Yeah, anyone's more than welcome to come by and pick some up.
Is your decal or your participation kind of in a system where dispatchers might know ahead of time? No? Or okay.
Okay.
So no. No, but you can consent to it.
Oh, okay. It's an option.
It's an option.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Alameda, any questions?
The only one I had, going back to one of your first slides, you had about 1,900 calls for the quarter, and then it was about 300 or so was for non-criminal calls, which then led me to believe it was about 1,600 criminal calls. Did I get my math correct on that one there?
So in Q3, from July to September, we had 1,919 calls for service. That's everything.
And the table underneath that table was the calls that were non-criminal.
Yes.
I believe it roughly added up to 300 and change, I think the math was.
That looks like it would be over 300 and change, yes.
So about 1,600, then the rest of those calls were criminal-related offenses then?
Yeah, I'll say they're criminal in nature in that there could be a crime associated with them. We investigate them and determine if a crime actually is substantiated or not. And then they get further separated as to charged criminally versus unsubstantiated or unfounded.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
Thanks for all this information. Staff Sergeant Weeb once reported to us that it took, I think, 27 arrests of one individual, so a repeat offender basically. But the offenses were generally mischief or theft under or etc. that the Crown wouldn't allow the offender to be held. In the case of where violence is involved, does that, are you able to hold those people?
Yeah, so there's a program called the Repeat Violent Offender Initiative. We are a participant in that program, and that's where we deal with more prolific violent offenders within a community. We do have people in that program. They're assigned a specific Crown Counsel to manage their bail hearings and to focus on them specifically. So that process is alive and well today in Powell River. It's successful. We do see those folks incarcerated at the moment, so that's a positive. In regards to the 27, et cetera, example that Staff Weeb had given you folks before, we do have 2 excellent Crown prosecutors within Powell River, and they're relatively new, and they have worked very well with us, so we're not really seeing the more than 20 in the community. We're able to pool our resources. We're able to investigate these, document the impact on the community at large, and they recognize that, and they fight hard to help have these folks removed from the community until their trials, et cetera.
So that's really good news on a couple of counts there. It sounds like a major change from times not so long ago. And just one more question. The new staff sergeant gave you consent for his picture to be in your presentation.
Well, I'll let you draw your own conclusions when he comes to present to you folks. I'm not sure when, if it'll be the next quarterly reporting or the one after, but you can't tell him I did that.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your presentation. I'm wondering if you have access to or have graphs over time to show like numbers in each quarter and then rolling averages, because it's sometimes helpful for us to see trends over years as opposed to quarters. I'm wondering if that already exists or that would be additional to what you already have created.
Well, yeah, going through this presentation and the creation of it, I did, and I have presented before to the regional district, and this can be not much fun to look at or read the way it is. Yeah, graphs are something that we're able to put together, maybe to show a little more visual display as to the trends that we have. And that's something to consider for the next presentation. But yes.
Thank you. There seemed to be a large drop in Mental Health Act calls, and I'm wondering if you have any insight into why that might be.
No, I looked at that as well, because that's it's peculiar in my mind, but I think it's a positive as well. I haven't looked at the stats going up to present time. I don't know if there's going to be an influx back up. Summertime is one of those seasons that can be a little inconsistent, but there's nothing I can really say in regards to that, other than I can insinuate maybe some folks. We do get some folks that are repeat mental health clients that we deal with consistently. Sometimes they'll have some issues that might go into a couple weeks, and where we'll have city calls, we'll apprehend or try and get them services, but they're back in the streets. So most likely down that road, I can think of a couple folks in my mind that quiet during the summer.
The missing persons numbers went from 9 to 30, and the increase was listed at 108%, and the math doesn't quite work for me, and I think math is universal. So I'm wondering which of the numbers might have been somehow got.
Yeah, so that percentage there, I can't, I get this off of a program that's presented to me, but the numbers are, in fact, because I ran the numbers itself.
So the 9 to 30 is correct, but maybe the percentage is even higher than 100%. It would be like over maybe 208%, maybe. It's a big increase. Okay. And final question, Chair, since you're being so generous tonight. The neurodivergent and autism program that you have, I'm wondering if there are the tactics that are used in those approaches might have benefit in most situations, whether they're broadly transferable in terms of de-escalating or bringing, might lead to the best outcomes for everyone, because it's oftentimes it's not only about neurodivergence, but it's about, brain injury or, people in stressful situations. And so I'm wondering if those tactics in that sticker situation, whether you use them in other scenarios and whether they would be more broadly applicable.
Oh, 100%. It's, I can speak for myself. I can speak to most of the members that I supervise. We attend most calls in a very professional, empathetic manner, depending on what the call is. Every call sometimes demands a different side of us, depending on what's going on. Yes, the neurodivergent deckling is I find it a bit different, because even going up to a door and knocking on it heavily or ringing a doorbell over and over and over again, like, not that we do that all the time, but sometimes we have to but we can at least say, we can be a little bit extra, I don't know the best word to use is calming or empathetic, but just wound down even more so. But yeah, the same thing does apply to general policing and our regular interactions with the public, for sure.
Thank you. That's it for me.
There was no. Any questions?
Questions?
So I've got a couple and a comment. First off, as the mayor has been on leave for a little while, I had an opportunity to participate in the interviews of Sergeant Dyson. He didn't have, we were together for a little over an hour. I didn't see him touch a single donut. But I was impressed by his general experience and particularly his experience in isolated areas that don't have a lot of help to call that's going to be there within a few minutes. So, I look forward to him joining us and providing these reports in the future. And I appreciate it. And want to make a couple of comments. First, I hear Councillor Isaacson talking about the math and the percentages. And when you talk about changes from 5 to 6, a number of 5 and 6 reports in one particular category over a year, year to year, and when you talk about changes, the percentages become pretty skewed. And the percentages, I don't think, really give you an accurate position unless you look at actually the number of crimes that are being committed. And I've picked on some of the ones that other people did in the reports, the missing persons, number of shoplifting, and you've answered the question. I think it's probably underreported, and it seems to be getting more reported when there are security people that try to stop the crime from happening. And I'm satisfied that when those things happen, you're seeing that people are located, arrested, and charged. And I think that's what we want to see happen. Well, I'm thinking, and tell me if I'm wrong, that the shoplifting numbers are probably low relative to what really happens because of underreporting.
Yes, 100%. They're definitely not a true number of or accounting of the number of shoplifting that are going on in the community.
And finally, I don't know if you've seen numbers for other communities, but I think, a lot of the things you pointed out were reductions in incidents from last year to this year by sometimes significant percentages, sometimes small. But my impression is we're not undergoing a particularly disastrous crime wave now compared to where we were last year. And I wonder if you've got any comments about where we are in that situation compared to other communities like Comox, Sechelt.
Yeah, those communities they're different beasts than we are. We do enjoy the ferries that isolate us, but also keep out some of the riffraff. So it is hard to compare with those communities, Sechelt and they're part of the Lower Mainland basically, but the island. Overall, we're fairly similar to last year for sure. Last year was a busy year for us. This year is shaping up to be, I think we're 261 calls of service more this year at this point than we were last year. So in general, we are busier. But when we start to look at more the persons, the violent offenses, they seem to be lower than last year, which is a positive for the community for sure.
I'm going to go over my 2 questions too. And I think what we hear of a lot is that people have fear to go on the streets. And I just wonder if you have any comment about how safe the streets of Powell River are compared to what Councillor Southcott's talking about in Surrey or other places like that. Do you feel safe in our community when you go out at night?
I do. Powell River is overall a very safe community, per capita, if you want to use that word or that terminology. We do have our issues, and but these issues are being seen all across the province. And that I have no issues with my family walking the streets of Powell River. It's a beautiful community, and I think we're all lucky, comparable to other communities out there in the province right now.
Thanks. I think Councillor Elliott has another question.
Yes, I forgot my standard question. So we have, I'm just wondering how the staffing levels are going. Are we the same? Did we get more of our people in the places that we have approved, or it seems like we might have improved our staffing contingent?
We have and we haven't. I'll say we have in that we've received 2 cadets this year, one in August and one earlier this month, which is a great addition to our team. We had a lateral come from Salmon Arm. He came in October, which is great. We have Lee Dyson, the new commander, on his way here. But we do still have approximately, we're on the municipal side of our policing, we're down a total of 8 members, but 2 of those positions we leave vacant. So there's 6 that we're down right now due to long-term illness, maternity, and then our provincial side. So we have another set of officers on that side. We're down 2 there. So we are grinding through at the moment. We see some light at the end of the tunnel, but we're better than we were at one particular point. So,
are we the same or better than last year this time?
I would say yes.
Better? Guess what?
We are better. We have a plainclothes unit that's operational. We have all our support units that are operational, and we have all our watches running above our minimums. So we're holding our own right now.
Thank you.
Just want to say thank you very much for what you and the detachment does every day, and thanks for coming here and telling us about it. So,
my pleasure. Thank you, and Merry Christmas. Happy holidays to you.
Thank you. Oh, I'm going to try to get through item 5.2 before we have a break, because we've been sitting here for a long time, but I want to get work done. So we have the next item on the agenda, which is Seawalk repair report from the Director of Infrastructure.
Good afternoon, members of council. I have a brief update on the Seawalk repair project. We have completed preliminary design and regulatory approval of the shoreline enhancement, as well as mapped specific areas of concern. And primarily we're focusing on the 400 lineal meters of the Seawalk that was significantly impacted by the storm damage. And so the next step will be to put the final design and project management work through a public tender process, which we anticipate to occur in January. of 25. At that point, the successful proponent will prepare the final design to rectify slope stability concerns, as well as address environmental, fisheries, and archaeological considerations. Once that design is completed and approved, we'll have to run it through the ARC branch as well as Tla'amin Nation with a notice of intent. So prior to commencing of that work, the final design and NOI process is expected to be completed by the end of March 2025. In addition to that, there may be some archaeological monitoring required, but that will rely on the extent of the design once that's complete. So at that point, we plan on putting the construction work through another public tender process, which we anticipate in March, April of 25. And once we have selected the successful contractor, we plan on having construction begin in April of 2025 and having it completed by the end of June 2025. Another note with that timing, that's when daylight tides would be more favorable for construction, and so that we can keep construction costs down. Any questions on that update?
Questions? I'm going to start with Mayor Wasno and go around the table. Seems to work when we do it that way.
Oh, there's obviously a lot of keen interest by the people that love hiking along that. So I think more we can do to communicate what you've just laid out, I think the better it is. Thank you.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bertig, or through the chair to Mr. Bertig, you were in front of us back in June giving us an update on the project, and at that time, the engineering and design procurement process work was anticipated to start in June, and so now it will start in January next year. And I'm wondering if you could speak to any barriers or other challenges that popped up that meant that this work couldn't get done this year as originally anticipated.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, through the chair, we have faced several staffing issues with it, and unfortunately, the lead manager on this project became absent via a medical leave, and so once we picked it up, we were delayed. But when we did our review, we felt that we needed more expertise with regards to not only the geotechnical portion of it, but as well as the working in the marine environment with tidal issues. So and hence the delay.
Thank you.
Councillor Southcott, any questions? Happy guy. Councillor Alameda.
No, thanks.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair to Mr. Bertig, I'm curious about whether the work to date gives you any concern about whether the project may be possible with the current budget, or whether you have any concerns about it maybe coming over, just because it's been the same budget for a number of years, and I know that a lot of costs have gone up over that same time. And I'm wondering if we're going to be finding out once we get to the part where we put it out to tender that we don't have the correct budget.
Yes, through the chair. At this time, we want to remain obviously within budget, and our focus is going to be dealing with the more problematic issues. And if budget allows, then we can work further on the aesthetics of the project as opposed to what is necessary geotechnically.
Second question. I'm aware that during the first round of construction on the seawalk, we had considerable involvement with the Tla'amin Nation because of it being a high value ARC site. My question is, during the design phases, have we had contact or any input from Tla'amin Nation that might help us know what it is we need to include in that design as far as their concerns?
Well, we have done an archaeological review, and the initial design would not impact any archaeological sites. But once we get the final design, there may be some issues with perhaps a wave trip to stop that the erosion impact of our tides. And at that point, if we're encroaching into any of those archaeological sites, then we would have to refer to archaeologists as well as Tla'amin Nation.
Okay, thanks.
Councillor Palm.
Yes, thank you through the chair. Mr. Burtig, thank you for your report. I'm going to keep my fingers crossed on both hands and hope that this project proceeds. I know that there's not only the archaeological factor that is on the table, but is DFO well aware of pushing the schedule back as far as herring spawning season or anything to that effect?
Through the chair, yes. Through our environmental services consultant, yeah, we're well aware and looking at that timing so that we're not impacted by any fisheries closures or anything to that effect.
Thank you, Mr. Burtig. Well, keep those fingers crossed for you.
Thank you.
I think that's all the questions we have, and I also will keep my fingers crossed for when we receive the bids on the project and see how it turns out then. And I know that there are a lot of people in the community waiting for the seawall to be fixed up. So there we go. Thank you, Mr. Burtig. I don't think we have any motions coming out of this. So I think this is a really good time to take a 10-minute break. When we come back, we'll have 5.3 community engagement reports, and then 6.3, which is council's meeting schedule, which needs to be sorted out before the new year, and then the other business on the agenda. So I'm hoping that the public will stick with us. It's a long night, and the exciting part of the financial plan is going to be coming up later. So 10 minutes.
Thank you.
20 after.
Yeah.
See how that goes. The next item on the agenda is community engagement reports from Councillor. Councillor Palm, would you like to start?
Sure. Chair, through the chair, I'll just report on a couple of quick items. After the last committee of the whole meeting 2 weeks ago, the Harbor Advisory Committee met and over a number of items. We had a full agenda, which lasted from start up at 6 o'clock that evening till, or no, yes, 6 o'clock till 8:30. And we went over a number of items, and one of the items surprisingly on the list that day was an update from the staff in terms of our fire chief orchestrating and securing a boat so that they could do fire suppression training in our harbor. And just received an email today from Chief Drakely saying that they had an electrical fire in our harbor, which they responded to, and we'll be getting an update on that a little later. So that just shows you that the Harbor Advisory Committee is serving a very good purpose. And I'm not going to go into detail because the minutes will hopefully come to this chamber in the future so we can discuss all the items and go over those for you. But I will say I'm not only so impressed with all of the committee members bringing numerous items to the floor and having a healthy discussion on all of the items very respectfully over our course of dialogue. But I want to reach out also to the committee members themselves and staff for the fine job they're doing in handling all their questions and responding. And on that front, I will be reaching out to our financial advisor, Ryan, tomorrow on a financial request I received today from one of the committee members to have a meeting before our next meeting sometime in January, because our next meeting is the first week of February. So we'll be pursuing that. There was one other item I was going to report on. What was it? Anyway, I'll pass for now.
Sure. Thank you. Councillor Elliott.
I was trying to remember how far back we need to go because I think we postponed 4 weeks, you say? Okay. So I've done a couple of Chamber of Commerce board meetings in that time, and they had a few things come up at those chamber. They have the downtown beautification program that they're trying to change from the way it was done before to more to sort of individual smaller projects that might be easier to get approved. And so they're working with I'm going to find that Diane Woods from the Spring Garden Tours to help finalize what that program might look like. There's advocating for, they're looking to advocate with the city for a better focus on economic development with clarity and definition as far as who are the economic development people at our city, what is it they're working on, kind of an actual maybe clarity around what are our priorities and trying to move economic development in the city. So that's coming our way, I would suspect. They indicate they have increasing membership at their, and so that is positive for them. They've talked to some folks about film commission stuff, and our very own Paul Galinsky is the Vancouver Island Film Commission contact here in our city, and there was lots of discussion around how shows like Murder in a Small Town have raised our profile here and how we might make filming sites more evident through photography and listing us and promoting our region and increasing our access to resources. They indicated that one of the main issues that people have with filming in our region is the remoteness and getting their equipment in and out and their people and all of the stuff that they need. And apparently that's kind of been stalled through barging, through city transfer barges, and that system worked well in the last thing that was filmed. And so now that's a known way for resolving that issue for filming in our area. So it's expected to help us quite a bit. So that was good to hear. There's movement to improve the crime rebate program for our area. It's $30,000 a year, and it's a partnership with Community Futures. And I have fully expect that to become operational. It was a more provincial level program, but nobody in Powell River who applied was able to get approved. And so the Chamber of Commerce wants to work on making it a more local project and have applications decided at the local level so that we are more successful in that one. And that was a program that the province funded through Community Futures or Chambers, I'm not sure which, to allow rebates for people who might have had their businesses damaged through criminal activity. So that's something they're working on. I have attended a Western Forest Products community advisory group, and there was a FOM started up, which is still receiving public comment. So a FOM is Forest Operations map that you can go into through their website, through the Western's website, and you can look at all of their plans that are on the FOM and provide public comment to their forest operations. And so this is the new way that public input happens through their forestry planning. And so they currently have a FOM up, and it stays up for about 30 days for comment. So anybody interested in commenting publicly can do that up to December 28th. And the location is the Western's Stillwater website has a FOM, and you go in there and you can look at everything, and then you have to write down your block numbers and stuff because you comment somewhere else, and you can't just click on it and comment. You have to go to the comment section, and then you have to remember what it is you're commenting about. So you look at all the maps, write down the appropriate identifying block numbers or what have you, and then you go back to the comment section and enter your comments with identifying which areas you're talking about. So that is happening with them. I also attended a community action team meeting, and I volunteered to be on the education subcommittee, and we are working to put out news letters in a monthly fashion about the community action team and the work that we're doing. So that's to improve the community's information out to the community about who we are, what we're doing, and what's on our agenda for all of that. And we're hoping to do some personal stories of success through that newsletter too, if we can get folks to be interviewed and so forth. And the plan would also be to take our newsletter and also CC it out through email to interested organizations. So if people want to be on a list to receive that, you could let me know. I'm on that subcommittee, and we would put it out to local media and organizations that want to receive the newsletter directly through that kind of a distribution. Otherwise, that will be totally available on our website and through other organizations that are partners. I think I'm going to stop my report there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. Just a few small things. I snuck in a couple 2 weeks ago when we were deciding to defer our engagements. But I was able to attend the art exhibition that Ms. Camon talked about earlier today at the Arts Center on December 6th. So it was great pieces and I believe it's still running, so people should get a chance to check it out, all local artists. And Inclusion opened up a new office space. So for those that haven't been paying attention, they moved the Jerry Gray Place into the ARC Center, and they have moved their administrative offices into what was the Jerry Gray place up on Alberni, across from what's soon to be the Winners, I guess. And so I had a chance to go to their open house on December 11th, and they've got a nice little space there, which is actually technically 2 units, I guess was what the original design was, that they're occupying over there, but they can now have all their team on the same floor versus a somewhat separated building that they were in before. And then on Saturday, I had a chance to be the host at the usher, or whatever you want to call it, at the Carols by Candlelight final performance at the Dwight Hall, and the 46th annual, which is an amazing job by the Academy and Mr. Martella, and the chamber choir and the kids choirs, and all the choirs did a fantastic job. So if you never have attended that event before, highly recommend to put it on your list for next December, or go volunteer, because they always need some volunteers. That's a good way to participate and attend as well.
Thank you, Councillor Alameda. So I'll jump in right here in the rotation. And it's a long time since we reported on community engagement. So I have to go back to last council meeting we reported, which was the 7th of November. And on the 8th of November, as the mayor was on leave at that time, I participated in an interview with the RCMP for a new detachment commander. We interviewed all of the candidates that have been pre-selected. The CEO or the CAO and the chair of the regional district were there. Myself as acting mayor and the CAO for the city were there, and 2 representatives of the RCMP. And we interviewed each of the proponents for about an hour each and came up with a recommendation, and we see that a new detachment commander will be joining us. So it was an honor to take part in that and get to know people who want to come here and how eager they are to move to the city of Powell River. Went to the Remembrance Day program. Seems like forever ago, but I did go down to the Dwight Hall and participate in the Remembrance Day program, along with many other people. I think almost everybody was there. I didn't see everybody, but I think many people were there. The working group, the intergovernmental working group, Councillor Isaacson, Councillor Alameda, and myself got together and discussed possible agenda items and possible meeting dates for the intergovernmental working group, and we're trying to get communication sorted out so we can get another meeting of that committee going. Through Garden Club, going through the things I'm going to report on and the other things that were part of my life. On the 28th, that was a busy day there. The Regional Emergency Planning Program had a report. The emergency planner from the regional district, is basically the leader of emergency programming and emergencies, put on a seminar for elected representatives for emergency planning. Went through a couple of hours program of everybody's role, how to respond to different emergencies. And that was a very useful program, and particularly with forest fires, sea level rise, flooding, atmospheric rivers, all of those being taken into account, and some good education for elected members about what happens in an emergency, how an emergency is declared by the various local governments, and how it is dealt with and managed going forward. So I can say I know a lot more about how that works than I did before that. That evening, I went to a Westview Ratepayers Association meeting. I haven't been to before, so quite interesting. The meeting started off, I'm not going to talk about the whole thing, but it started off with a letter from a Westview Ratepayers member who was very concerned about increases in taxes and the expensive services. And it finished off by the group talking about which additional services they'd like from the city, starting with more crosswalks, more paving, a lot of things. But it's the same as every discussion I have with people about finances, is people would like to pay less taxes and they would like to have more services. And we'll get to talk about the details of how we might make that happen. later in the meeting. Looking through the different stuff, I missed the art exhibition at Cassette Art, and I regret that. I'm going to try to stop off on the 23rd. It'd be a good thing to do right before Christmas Day. Also went to the Wildwood Ratepayers Association meeting last week, and interesting discussion, similar discussion, very similar about finances. People would like to pay less taxes and have more services. Got a good discussion about how that might or might not happen. They had some good questions, which I plan to bring up later in this meeting about finances. So looking forward to the Christmas season, and got a big job to do tomorrow, pretending to be Santa Claus at James Thompson lunch. Bunch of little kids, so.
A point of order, I feel like that's confidential information. You shouldn't be sharing with the public.
No, the kids know. I went to the school today and they all said, "Hey, there's Santa, you're early." So, the cat's out of the bag, I might as well tell you guys. So that's my 2 bits worth, and much more community involvement to come. Councillor Southcott.
Thank you, Chair. Very enjoyable report. Yeah, I just want to say I enjoyed watching Councillor Palm chair the Harbor Advisory meeting. It's great to sit there and just watch him work. And it is a particularly productive group. And the emergency program you just that was offered for elected people, as a retired emergency services chief, was really great to see that offered to our people so that elected people know what we're supposed to do and what we're not supposed to be doing in an emergency. We have a crucial role, and it definitely isn't operations. So, or logistics or planning or management either, actually. It's policy. And I think that was put across clearly and succinctly and very respectfully, because all of our positions are very important in a situation like that. Just mention that I'm sitting on the OPS subcat. So that is meeting weekly, and it involves, 15 or more people, because there's a huge desire to see an appropriate facility in this community that works across the board, and the need for it. I am certainly a supporter of recovery and programs, as expensive and hard to facilitate as they are. But this is a step in that direction, apprehending people often during active use anyway. So fingers crossed that something's going to turn up for that. So I've attended a number of AGMs, the Hospice Society, Westview Ratepayers, which was mentioned, Energy Democracy for BC, all groups who are working hard to serve this community in their own ways. Townside Heritage annual volunteer appreciation night. It's always enjoyable. And the concert band concert, at that concert band, having played in many concert bands over the years, but not in recent decades, I was expecting to hear a community concert band. And what I heard was surprisingly high quality musical performance and very entertaining in the Max Theater in Brooks, almost. And so I had to go home and pull my trumpet out and see if I could still play it. It was pretty inspiring. And also I attended the opening of the Present program that Erin came and spoke to us about earlier in this agenda. And it was a big room full, and she honored so many of the artists who were actually there at that event. I was pretty impressed by her encompassment of the diverse and large art community. So it was a really lovely event, and it's an amazing show. And that's me. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. I attended the Transgender Day of Remembrance, which honors lives lost through a variety of means of transgender people. And it was a very blustery day, but we had a campfire and we're down at the beach. Went to the Artist in Residence presentation up at Tidal Art Center, and I'm forgetting the name. It was a tattoo artist, and I'm forgetting his name right now, but all of the artists in residence that end up at Tidal when they have their opening reception or presentation, I love to go to those because we often have visiting members or visiting artists from outside the community come in and just share things that are completely unique. And also Tidal usually hosts a really good reception. So highly recommend people to head up there. Attended a solidarity event for CUPW members who are on strike and watched a really excellent film on the history of a historical strike that the Canadian Union of Postal Workers went through decades ago and what gains were made through that. Went to our MP Rachel Blaney's holiday party held at Jerry Gray Place, which is now at ARC. And also our MLA had an open house at the same time as the Santa Parade, so attended both of those and had chats with our respective elected government representatives. Also attended the regional emergency planning meeting and I already mentioned the Santa Parade. I tend to join the youth resource sharing meetings, which are a number of agencies who serve youth in different ways, just sharing updates about programming, where maybe they have new staff members and new services coming to community, and also sharing, doing some troubleshooting if people have questions or concerns that they want to bounce off other youth serving organizations in town. And our Paula Perry often attends those and shares stats specific to youth. I share things that council might be working on specific to youth. So I share things about, for example, the budget process and if there's anything in there that youth might care about. I attended the Foundry Design Open House. So the Foundry is soon to be coming within the next 2 years or so. Integrated social supports and health supports for youth in our community. It's going to be pretty transformational for youth. And through that open house and some of the other public engagement they've done, youth had identified two main things that they're looking for. One is gaps in services, especially around mental health, and Foundry has said, yes, that's what we're designed to do. We can be that. The other service that youth brought up, and members like I brought up as well, is lack of space for young people to hang out, especially weekend evenings. After, youth often rely on the library, the mall, the rec complex to hang out in spaces that don't require money to be there. And so Foundry has said, that's not a part of their core services, but they hope to be that for the community, whether through working through partnerships or through intentional design of the space. So it's something that's on their radar, and I think that's something that's really important for our young people in our community. Also went to I sit as the council liaison to the Foundry Anchor Table, and so there's lots of good motion there, and I hope that Foundry will be able to make an announcement within the next few months about where they see the future of the physical space for Foundry in the future. There is a new coalition to end homelessness in this community that I think started because of the reality that we do not yet have a planned extreme weather shelter to be opened this winter, and the previous operator has decided not to pursue that this year. And so this group which is made up as individuals, not organizations, just concerned individuals, is working hard to find a solution for that. And so applaud them in their work. And as someone who is concerned in that direction, I try to attend. And if there's something that the city might be a connection point for them, I try to direct them to the right, direct them in the right place. But it's a pretty independent group and so far not really connected to city activities. also attended the OPS subcat, which is a bit of jargon. So just to be clear on what the OPS subcat is, we have a community action team. They have subgroups or subcommittees. So Councillor Elliott mentioned being on the education subcat. And the OPS subcat is about the overdose prevention site and working hard. I know Ms. Merkel, who's our earlier, talked about losing the space for the overdose prevention site. And obviously there's concern for people who use that site and their safety, but also a concern for the surrounding community. So the people who currently go there to consume drugs in a place where if they overdose that they can be kept alive and be safe and be in community. If that doesn't exist, there may be impacts to the broader community because there isn't a place for people to go. So people will find other places to use drugs, and we don't want those impacts to be spread. And so what can happen as of April 1st when that site is closed? And so obviously there's a couple directions in this community of groups working towards making sure that that service and that harm reduction, not just for those individuals who use the site, but also for the surrounding community can be reduced. Was also at the Present Art show opening. That was a lot of fun, but left early because I went to see Rad Reels, which is locally produced and made films. I'm going to say films, like short clips of people who use the backcountry. So, or not necessarily backcountry, but people who engage in outdoor activities. And so there was a lot of mountain biking and, skiing and snow sports. But there was also, mushroom hunting. So there's a little bit of a chill flavor there as well. And special shout out, the group recognized Lindsay Gosnell, who as the Influencer Award for being a huge contributor to growing mountain biking and supporting prospective mountain bikers, but in particular, youth and people who might face barriers to getting involved in that sport and are looking for an accessible way in. So good work, Lindsay. There was an event put on by the Lasqueti, a community group on Lasqueti Island. I forget the name of them, but they held a talk on understanding residential school denialism, which was quite interesting. And then finally, Cinema Politica, which hosts political issue films at the Patricia about once a month, hosted 20 Days in Mariupol, which was a really hard documentary about the first 20 days of the war in Ukraine. There were speakers representing the Ukrainian community locally, whether there's one speaker whose, I believe, great-grandparents came here at the turn of the 19th century, or the 20th, the 20th century, like the early 1900s, but also newcomers. So, the owner of the Sunny Deli and the owner of Family Food, which does catering of pierogies and cabbage rolls, etc., who've only been in our community for, only been in Canada, I believe, for a year and a half, who left. The husband was literally on a boat when the war broke out, and now is here. Anyways, I highly recommend attending the films put on by Cinema Political. They're mind expanding, and I appreciate what they bring to the community. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. Like most of the council, I attended a number of different Remembrance Day ceremonies, both in schools and at Whitehall. And it was just nice to see the different ages. Traditionally, people always think that only older people have respect for those that fought and died, but I was encouraged to see some younger people out. I had a number of conversations around gasoline prices, and I talked with staff about a standing committee on gasoline prices. I had suggested they bring this forward about 4 or 5 months ago, and coincidentally, I'm sure the gasoline prices in Powell River dropped for a more reasonable rate. But I think there's an opportunity, and I'll bring this forward when we talk about economic development. One of the ideas put forth was, what if the city partnered with a gasoline company to come here and utilize one of our 160 city-owned properties on a simple lease rate, whatever, on an agreement that they would maintain a price consistent with Seashell plus the transportation cost. So that's in the works and it'll come forward. Also, with regard to the budget, and I wasn't present at the council when this came forward, but received a number of questions with regard to changes in the benefits of elected officials. So I'm sure that that will come forward again, and I really have to do the research to find out and look at the video of what was discussed at the board meeting. And finally, with regard to budget, which, as you can imagine, I've got a lot of communication and had discussions with, I will be bringing forward at the appropriate time the budget of looking at the opportunities to potentially significantly increase our revenues by utilizing some of our 160 city-owned properties. So that will be coming forward at a later date. Thank you.
I just want to add a couple of things that I think I forgot on my schedule as I'm flipping through my calendar and trying to do a report at the same time. So I went to two things that I want to talk about a little bit. And the first one is the Powell River Chorus Christmas concert, which happened at the Evergreen Center, and it was packed. It used half of the additional bleachers up above the regular soft seating, and the room was full. I had the choir there, and the Powell River Chorus is, I'd say, a more laid back and a more amateur group than the one we see at Carols by Candlelight. But I say laid back and amateur, it's not people who are not committed to music, because some of them were talking about the fact that that group goes back 70 years. For 70 years has been the first Christmas concert put on by any group in the Powell River area. So it's really part of the cultural history of Powell River. And some people have been on there in that choir since the 80s, the 1980s. And some of them have been on that choir since 2024. So there's a variety of interest, and I just love the concert. I went there with my family. My grandkids, granddaughter was sitting beside me. She was in grade 3, and she was reading the words and singing along as loud as she could. And it was a great community event. And I was watching the report from the Art Council about how they had provided the incentive to get the grant in kind to have that room in our rec center that was available for that to happen. And I just want to point out that if we don't have those kind of things in our community, those events don't happen. Went to Candles by Candlelight in the afternoon because it's easier for some members of my family to get out in the afternoon than it is in the evening. And it was another amazing event. We're at a beyond professional level for musicians that are doing that. And it's a kind of a program that you can't see in other places. We had guests from Coquitlam who were coming to visit us and saying, wow, this wasn't happening anywhere near where they live. And how does it happen and how does it occur? And it happens because of the Music Academy and the Arts Council and all of the volunteers that Councillor Alameda said that make it possible. And as I was sitting there listening to the carols, I was just simply proud to be a member of a community that can do this, that can provide that kind of skill, that kind of entertainment to people, and do it economically. So I don't want to miss saying that. And my gratitude goes out to all of the performers that spend all the time practicing and getting ready to do that level of entertainment, and all of the volunteers that make it happen, because you can't pay people to do all the stuff that needs to be done. You have to get it from the hearts of the people in the community. We live in an amazing place for that kind of thing. So if there's no other things that people wanted to add to their report, Councillor Palm?
Yes, to the chair, I just have to say, I don't know if anybody brought up the Santa Claus parade, but I know it wound up on BCTV, and appreciate all the efforts that go into that. Having taken my kids as they grew up to that event on a regular basis, it's a great way to celebrate Powell River.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. I also missed an event that I thought was pretty noteworthy because I participated. We had our traditional before Christmas parallel bonspiel, which is a men's and ladies bonspiel at our curling club. We do it every year. It's been going on for quite a long time. And I skipped the winning ladies team in that bonspiel, so that's noteworthy. It hasn't happened for me in a little while. I think it was probably 6 or 7 years ago that I last skipped the winning team in that bonspiel, so it was a lot of fun. One of my regular curlers was in the choir that Councillor Doubt mentioned, and so I had to have, and one of my team members got ill, so I had a series of spares throughout the weekend, which is an unusual thing to win a bonspiel. Usually it's a United team that's used to curling together that wins the bonspiel, but I managed to skip a bonspiel with a team that had some brand new members and rotating members, and we still managed to get through, so that was pretty fun.
We're lucky to be in a place where it takes so long for all the councillors to tell about what they've been doing in the community, and I think that's nothing but a good thing. So next item on the agenda, if we can move along, is 6.3 that we moved on the agenda, which is the meeting schedule.
6.2.
I thought we moved 6.3 in front of 6.1 and 2.
We did. We moved both 6.2 and 6.3 to in front of 6.1.
Okay, which one do you think we're on, Councillor Alameda?
6.2, I thought.
Okay, we'll go with 6.2. I'm good with that. Everybody okay with 6.2?
Good evening, Committee of the Whole. Item 6.2 relates to a proposed amendment to the fees and charges bylaw. And so for background, the Finance Department is now able to offer the option of paying for some items by credit card online. And that just provides another option for residents to be able to pay things like business licenses or dog licenses without having to come into Community Hall should they wish. This software that the city already has also allows payments by credit card for other purchases which the city hasn't accepted before by credit card, and those include property taxes, utilities, and deposits. Now, the reason municipalities don't accept credit card payments for property taxes and utilities is because it would cost a lot of money in credit card fees, and we would in turn need to increase the property taxes to recapture those. So the other option would be to pass on the fee to the payee. And up until recently, that was considered unlawful. But now, since a recent case has been settled, we are able to pass on the credit card fee to the payee. So if we were to do that, we would need the fees and charges bylaw to be updated to allow the city to pass on that credit card fee for property taxes, utilities, and deposits to the payee. And I just want to be clear that this does not mean that residents must pay by credit card. It's just another option that they would be able to pay by credit card online for these types of services. So the report before you outlines what would be required with the bylaw should the committee wish to refer this to council for further discussion to amend the bylaw and allow the city to charge the credit card fee on a cost recovery basis for property taxes, utilities, and deposits. And just to really reiterate, the city was not proposing charging credit card fees on the other purchases that are currently being accepted by credit card in person. I will open the floor to questions and thank you very much for your time.
Sure. Any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. You mentioned that it would allow for the opportunity for taxes, property taxes, utilities, and refundable deposits. Are those related to like development permit applications, those sorts of things?
Through the chair, yes, correct.
So these, okay. And then you mentioned that this would not cover credit card payments that are currently accepted without other charges. So so some examples provided in the report are like recreation passes or business licenses. Are there other examples is there a scale, or like what are some other examples of things that would not be covered with this additional fee for credit card?
Through the chair, that could also include things like criminal record checks, fingerprint charge fee. I said dog licenses already, business licenses, some permits that people may need. Those, and we mentioned recreation passes, and as well mortgage fees. So those are all examples of transactions that we accept credit cards for and absorb the fee. And so, yeah, that just provides some more examples.
Thank you. And another item in the report mentions that, you're talking about cost recovery for credit card fees for some of the things that we haven't previously accepted credit cards for, but there's also reference to, where is it, My City? And so is the intention, which is an online platform, not that we don't yet use? And so is the intention to allow online payments for some of these things then that we currently have to pay for in person, for example? And just a reminder to the public, if you have a business license, etc., even with the postal strike, those are still due. I need to go in before January 13th or 15th, I think, and make sure that that gets paid. And so should y'all. Anyways, so does that mean that those sorts of things could be paid for online if they're not currently available online? That's the intention, even though that's not part of the bylaw.
Through the chair, yes, that's exactly correct. Things like rec passes wouldn't be part of it, but those other standard annual costs would be available through what is called My City, which is commonly used by many municipalities. And what's also advantageous about this platform is that residents, should they sign up for My City and wish to pay through that option, they can see and receive their current and prior year tax notices through My City. So they can access their information should they lose it somehow without having to come into City Hall or pick up the phone. And again, when there's service interruptions, it allows residents another option to pay. So that's part of the service that would be provided.
No questions, but I definitely appreciate this. Thank you.
Councilor Alameda.
Good, thank you.
Councilor Elliott.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Denniston. So one of my question is, what is our current cost for credit cards on average? I know it's not in the bylaw because if it changes, we want to be able to change, but what is that about?
Through the chair, I don't have an estimate right now, but I can follow up.
Okay. Second question for things like campgrounds, mortgage fees, recreation that we already allow payment for credit card. Do you know how much that's costing us right now that we would recover?
Through the chair, I'd have to look that exact number up and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. Last question. Is it a time sensitive bylaw? Why are we recommending it for 2 days instead of the next following one?
Through the chair, we have staff with really excellent negotiation skills, and we've secured a very favorable rate for implementation, very nominal, before the end of the year. And so
with a deadline.
And in addition to that, with the postal strike service interruption, it was just a reminder that service interruptions can happen, and to have other measures in place is a prudent way to be and a way to deliver better service. It was a combination of both of those factors that had staff recommend that it be brought forward at this current upcoming meeting.
Then also question, is the online forum also able to use debit and interact so people could avoid the fees?
Through the chair, I believe it's only for credit card. If you wanted to pay by debit, you would still need to come into City Hall, is what I understand. I would have to triple check my facts, but I believe this is simply a credit card transaction online, just to give another option. But again, the credit card fee will only apply on taxes and utilities, which are paid once a year, and should you need a deposit. So they wouldn't be charged on your business license or your dog's license, so you wouldn't have that fee.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Palm, did you have any questions?
Yeah, through the chair, I just want to say we live in the 21st century, a digital age, so I'm glad staff is bringing this forward, and I will salute your recommendation, staff. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, one thought came to mind also to answer Councillor Elliott's thought about debit virtually. If someone was to pay with debit, wanting to pay with debit at home, they could easily do a bill payment through their online banking, and which is in essence taking the money directly out of your bank account and sending it to the city. I have yet to talk to anyone at the Glass at City Hall in my time living here. So, but the question I had actually was, in the report, it talks about the rate is expected around 2.4. You just mentioned staff have negotiated a good rate. I've had some experience over the years in working with different processors and different applications and things, and because you mentioned that this platform is going through this My City platform, I guess I was just curious, is for all the municipalities that are using this My City platform, do they then negotiate their own rates with merchant services, or does My City, because oftentimes I've seen other platforms, and I believe the one that the rec complex uses is kind of like this, where there's a rate that they pay per transaction, and there's not necessarily a negotiation, but it sounds like My City's a little different, where we negotiate a rate with our own provider and then just plug it in.
Through the chair, I believe we work through Tempest, which owns My City, and then with Nueve, which is the credit card provider, transaction provider, to establish the rate.
Thank you.
Okay. Anybody like to make a recommendation?
Actually, I have one final question.
Okay, we can go all night.
So it mentions passing on the actual cost of the fee. And so I noticed in the amendment bylaw, there's no reference to a specific amount. And so how do you intend for that to be set? And would that change over time?
Through the chair, we recommended the bylaw reference cost recovery because the rates change. And so in speaking to other municipalities, they put a rate in their bylaw when they adopted this, and they're already being outpaced. The rate has increased, and then now it's not cost recovery. So the recommendation and the direction we're seeing many municipalities go is to state it as cost recovery. The other complication is sometimes certain cards, such as American Express, charge different rates than other cards, and rates for certain cards can change. So we wanted to future-proof the bylaw and have it as cost recovery. So we always ensure that we're not increasing property taxes because we're not quite capturing the full credit card fee for those big transactions.
I'm going to put forward the motion.
And
The
that's-
committee recommends the City of Powell River Fee Bylaw 2092, 2020-2005, Amendment Bylaw 2773, 2024 be referred to the December 19th, 2024 regular council meeting for first 3 readings.
Seconder, Councillor Alameda. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. Congratulations. Now, for a simpler one, we'll go, I think, to 6.1.
6.3.
6.3.
To do 6.1.
We're going to do it after.
Okay.
Save the best for
Yep.
last.
Pardon me?
Save the best for last, that's why.
Okay. You have the corporate officer on the list there to talk about the meeting schedule. Well, Deputy Corporate Officer, do you have some comments to make?
Yes, Chair, thank you very much. Good evening, good evening, everyone. So you have a proposed meeting schedule in front of you tonight. The schedule was built from provisions in the draft procedure bylaw that Council is currently considering. Staff took the initiative to use those provisions, given that Council had voted on those items specifically at one of the prior meetings, given that the procedure bylaw is underway to be adopted early in the new year. We use those provisions, which different from the current bylaw is not there. It's not a big difference. The current bylaw says that meetings will happen every first and third week. The new bylaw would say that there are 2 meetings per month, giving staff the flexibility to work around other events and meetings, conferences, holidays, things like that. So with that in mind, we also conferred with the regional district to accommodate their calendar, as their board has also requested a change in schedule. So between their meeting requests, our new bylaw, and making sure nothing conflicts or overlaps, that was the calendar that we were able to come up with. The only other exception to note is that while I was able to maintain 2 council meetings a month, in those prescribed months, there's only 1 committee of the whole meeting in October and July because of the stat holidays. And then Council, in the new procedure bylaw, Council also mentioned having 1 meeting in January, July, and August. We do have a couple extra meetings in January to accommodate budget meetings and engagements. So at this stage, staff is just looking for direction to move the schedule as is or as amended to Thursday's meeting for approval. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm going to continue with the pattern of 1 or 2 or 3 rounds of questions before we get into motions to amend. Councillor Palm, did you have any questions?
The only thing that, through the chair, that I see that has changed from a lot of previous years is that we used to have 2 meetings in July, the first week and the third week before we took, 3 or 4 weeks off before the next 2 meetings in mid-August. So that's the only thing that I see that. And if council's fine with that, taking all that time off, well, so be it.
Councillor Elliott, and this is for questions, not debate.
Yep. My question, I guess, is whether the big gap, like I like having only 1 meeting in July and 1 in August. I'm wondering if we're setting ourselves up to have to set special meetings if we've leave, it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, like there's almost 7 weeks between our council meetings. And if there's things that need to be approved operationally, we're then having to add meetings in there. So whether in our coordination with the regional district, if delaying those meetings in July to the following week might close that gap a tiny little bit and make it more operationally sound. And that's my question, and what thoughts staff might have on that.
Through the chair, so I think the meeting that the regional district is proposing, or the schedule they're proposing, has their meetings in that second week of July, which would move our meetings to then the third week in July. And then it's just with everyone's holidays, it was just a matter of maximizing that time over summer so that based on everyone's taking some different holidays, so there's a nice big gap there to stay flexible. There is the possibility of additional meetings being needed. We kind of see that as a possibility throughout the whole year, but I think staff can also agree we want to also take advantage of our summer holidays, so would certainly strive to get everything cleaned up either before or after those meetings, but certainly a consideration. Thank you.
Thanks.
Councillor Alameda, any questions?
Thank you, Chair. My one thought, and I guess this is towards the CFO, I see a special council meeting on May 13th, and I'm guessing that's partly because the budget is due May 15th. Would that be correct?
Through the chair, that one would be for the audited financial statements approval.
Okay. My only concern with that is, after talking to my regional director councillors here, looking at what they are discussing tomorrow at their RD meeting, there's several different versions of schedule that the RD is looking at tomorrow, and all of them might have a meeting on the 13th. So that May 13th date might become problematic, as currently there could be an overlap right now. So that was my only question for right now.
Councillor, you're next. Might be fortuitous. Any questions?
I'm not going to ask any questions right now. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. Just one question. I notice we tend to have meetings in the week of stat holidays. So if a stat is on a Monday, we have meetings on the Tuesday and Thursday. I know that a lot of work obviously goes into preparing reports and attending staff meetings for staff. And I mean, the work never ends. I just want to check in that that setup of meetings right after stat holiday work for staff in terms of preparation time and getting reports in and those sorts of things.
Through the chair, appreciate the consideration for staff's time. Absolutely. We actually find the agenda preparation weeks are the bigger weeks for the time crunch. So when those are a short week, we find it a tighter schedule as much as we try to prepare things in advance. Yeah, that agenda prep week ends up being the crunch time. So when the actual meetings are in the shorter week, it's still some more breathing room for us. Thank you.
Thank you. That makes sense.
Mr. Mayor, any questions?
I'd like to compliment. I think staff has done an excellent job of juggling a lot of balls, which we've discussed here today. My only question is, I noticed that we have a regular council meeting on November the 20th. Would it be possible to have staff organize a sugar-free birthday cake for that?
Through the chair, I think that's more than possible.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions before we get to motions? And I would suggest that the way we should do this is perhaps to make them recommendation in the package, and then if councillors want to make any amendments, they can do that after we've moved and seconded the main motion. Councillor Isaacson.
I move that Committee of the Whole recommend that Council approve the 2025 Council Committee of the Whole and special meeting schedule.
Seconder for that, Councillor Pong. Any discussion or amendments? Councillor Pong.
I second that through the chair because when I look at the schedule now for July, 15th and 17th would be those additional meetings of July, and that's the start of fishing season. So where we're at.
Good with it. Well, maybe you can do it from the boat. Councillor Elliott.
So my recommendation for a amendment would be to take the special council meeting scheduled for May 13th and put it on May 6th, if that works for staff, and replace one of our committee of the wholes, so that we have less likelihood of conflicting with the regional district options. And I have a question of whether that actually works timing wise or does not.
So what's the actual wording of the amendment?
I will make the wording of the amendment after I have the question answered first. The question is the 6th too soon? Would that not work?
Through the chair, it is likely too soon.
Okay. Would the 20th work?
Through the chair, that would be too
Too
late.
late. All right.
I apologize.
Yeah. Would the 14th work?
Through the chair, yes, that would work.
Okay, so I will word my proposed amendment now.
Go one, that would be good.
I move to amend the calendar for May to move the special council meeting currently scheduled for May 13th to May 14th.
Just seconds that. The CAO says that's just fine. Any discussion? Those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. Anyone else? Claire Almeida.
I was also looking at July and August, and actually Councillor Plum, at least in the 3 years that I've been paying attention to council stuff, council has only had one scheduled meeting in July, even back to 2022. I don't know before that, but yeah, years ago I can't answer for, but we tend to get a lot of special ones. Ms. Walls had mentioned how the prep during a short week can be a little more challenging, and I was actually looking at August because that's exactly what we have lined up right now with the meeting on the 12th and the 14th. And so, sorry, maybe I should look at the right document before I open my mouth. Oh,
Are you making an amendment?
Ignore me for now. Sorry about that. I had looking at the wrong thing. Never mind me. Take it back.
Nope. Okay, so I don't see any other hands up. So on the main motion to approve as amended. Any opposed?
Yeah.
That's carried unanimously. It's amazing we did that. What do we get to do next? I think the next
6.1
is the financial plan. And that would be have to acting corporate officer, chief financial officer, both of you.
Through the chair, thank you very much. The draft 2025 5-year financial plan before the committee was referred from a prior committee for further discussion. I do not have additional comments at this time other than to comment on the motion that was made at the prior meeting around the potential of deferring some capital projects from 2025 to 2026. And just analysis on the property tax impact of a deferral. The projects that are selected that are in the agenda are funded by either the Vehicle and Equipment Reserve for about $835,000, and the remainder was funded by Powell River Community Forest previous earnings. And so the analysis shows that essentially if the projects for about $835,000 were deferred to 2026, that we could transfer that much left from property taxes to that reserve in 2025. So you can shift $835,000 into 2026 from property taxes. So instead of, as we're seeing on the screen, the proposed property taxes in draft 1, what it does is it would bring property taxes down to 8% in 2025, but of course you're going to have a 13.5% increase in 2026. So it does make it a bit wonky when we do aim for gradual increases. So but that is technically a possibility. I will advise as well that deferring capital can sometimes backfire depending on what capital it is, if extra maintenance is required or service interruption should a truck go down and we wouldn't be able to provide the services required, that sort of thing. But the motion that was on the floor did ask this question, and I wanted to provide council with the property tax impact of that motion before discussion. But beyond that, I will thank you for your time and open to any sort of questions you may have for me or staff or discussion. So thank you.
I'd like to do what we've been doing and give everybody an opportunity to ask questions where we before we jump into the meat of what we're talking about. So start with the mayor, Mayor Wasno.
Thank you, Chair. Could you define property tax levy?
Through the chair, the property tax levy is the property tax revenue required by the city to deliver services and balance the budget.
And so just a follow-up, because when I heard you describe where the capital monies come from, the capital projects, there was no tax levy in there. It was either the community forests or reserves. Are you saying that the reserve money has to be replaced by a property tax levy?
Through the chair, part of the property tax levy funds capital projects in the reserves. But capital projects are also funded by community forest, external grants, sometimes debt. So capital projects themselves are funded by many things, and property tax is one of the funding components for many capital projects.
Thank you.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. I'm curious if this current budget includes the social planner position.
Through the chair, I would generally defer to Director Gao. We don't have him with us tonight. And I can't recall the exact direction on that. And so I would just like to double check with Director Gao before finalizing my answer.
I think council has not yet given staff direction, I think, but I know we are recruiting for a manager of city development, which would include our focus on housing. And so that's one option. Anyways, last year we deferred a discussion on saving money through changing street lighting. And because we thought there might be more implications to that and wanted to think on it more. And I mean, we're back in the same position where cutting costs by reducing street lighting is a possibility. And I'm wondering if staff over the past year has any further information on the process for savings of. We'd wondered maybe if not taking off all of the non-arterial roads and reducing lights by half, but not fully. I'm just wondering through the chair to staff if staff have learned anything more about options for reducing street lighting since the budget conversations last year.
Through the chair, I'll invite Director Bertig to comment on the question. Thank you.
Yes, through the chair, no, that is not something that staff has investigated further. As you are well aware, we work with BC Hydro on the rental of those streetlights. Yeah, at this point, we haven't looked at the reduction of say half the streetlights. That is not something that has been on our radar.
Thank you. That's it for my first round of questions, Chair.
Councillor Southcott.
Thanks, Chair. Just looking at the list here, and I could ask the same question about every item on this list, and it basically is what you brought up, as CFO, about the consequences of delaying. And that's a question in my mind with regard to every single one of these, except for one, and that is the, let's see, number 147, the complex entrance sign. Is that not a project that we've been talking about for a number of years, maybe 5 or more, that was going to be like a lit up sign, like Brooks's sign, for example, out at Joyce? Is that what that is?
Through the chair, I'll defer to Mr. Director Bretzlaff to answer that question, please.
Sure thing. Through the chair, yeah, yes, I do understand it's been talked about for quite some time now. recently this year, we did actually have to uninstall our informal and not to code signs that had been out near the front of the road. That instigated some feedback from the community, as they did like to put up some of their advertising there. That then started a bit more conversation internally on what would it take to get a sign. And we did find this year through some quotes that the costs have gone down for those signs. So we put it as one of the lower priorities possibilities for this year.
Okay, so I'm gonna jump in and ask my questions right here now, because they're more of a question of process. When I look at the report for decision, which is in this kit and was on our previous December 10th meeting, it has recommendations on page 16 of 33 of the report. There's 4 of them. One is about waterworks regulations. One is a letter to Cathett Regional District staff about a contribution to the rec center. The third one is a recommendation from this committee to increase property tax level by a certain percentage for a certain number of dollars. The fourth one is that the committee directs staff to insert changes requirement for draft 2 of the city financial report, financial plan bylaws. So question to staff, are you hoping to get changes from tonight that take us to draft 2? Are you hoping to get direction on these 4 questions? Or are you hoping to continue discussion into the future? I think that focusing on those recommendations from council, noticing that we have a motion already deferred December 3rd, talk about what are you expecting? What do you plan? Do you hope that happens with these recommendations, if anything?
Through the chair, that section that's wording for optional recommendations. So it's there should council committee like to provide direction. That section was provided to help with wording. So for example, should the committee wish to set the specific amount for community forest grants to recipients, which would happen in the budget cycle, I put wording there to give direction to staff, and then that would be included in draft 2. This wording does not have to be used. It's optional. Should council be wishing to provide direction for draft 2, it can be a starting point. A couple of the motions are simply to fill in the blank option. There will be other points to provide direction for draft 2. One of them will be when I present the assessment role in January, targeting the 14th. That would be an option for recommendations to be made, but certainly tonight, should there be recommendations, it would provide staff time to come back and present more information to committee before rolling it into draft 2. So the answer is it really is within the committee's purview, should you choose to make one of those recommendations, but I do suggest that you read through them, because some of them relate to assumptions that are built into the financial plan, and so they're provided there to assist with discussion.
Okay, just want to be clear what we were actually trying to do in this meeting tonight. So, Councillor Alameda, any questions?
Kind of. We have a lot of projects geared to fixing up components of the complex. So this might be a question for, well, could be a question for several directors. But we also have a project for city buildings master plan, and I believe I saw one for drawings for the rec complex, which is, I believe, if I read it correctly, not for a new rec complex drawing, but we don't have accurate engineering drawings of our current facility, if I understood that correctly. So I guess my question comes down to, in the process of a city buildings master plan and a complex drawing, are we going to learn about things about our complex that might make the decision to remedy certain problems a little premature before we get those master plans and drawings figured out? And hopefully that makes sense.
Through the chair, Mr. Bertig, if you could respond to the question, please, and thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I can attempt to answer it through the chair. The as-built drawings were to provide an accurate inventory of what we have presently in the complex. What we find whenever we're moving forward with a project is we do not have enough detailed information as to what is actually in place at the complex. We have the original design and construction drawings, but with all the remediation work that has taken place over the 50 years of the complex, we do not have that entailed. And what it means when we're doing a project like whether it's an electrical upgrade, we run into the impact of what could contravene the placement of conduit or piping and that type of thing. That's a standalone project. The other one is a study so that we can answer the question of whether or not we should be looking to rehab, remediate, extend the life of the complex, or is it more economical to look at a brand new facility elsewhere? That's my answer to that question. I'm not sure if Director Bratzlaff has anything further to add with respect to the complex.
Through the chair, no, Tor, I think you nailed everything that I would have thought of as well. Thanks.
Councillor Elliott.
A few questions. Am I allowed to ask them all, or?
I'm surprised. Why don't we stick with 3?
Okay.
Don't want to limit you to too much, but
okay.
You go with 3, then we can continue going around, because I'm not going to stop letting people ask questions until I think their curiosity has been satisfied.
Okay. So my first question is, if there has been ever any thought in what savings might be achieved through just lowering by a degree or 2 the operating temperatures of buildings and swimming pools and so forth.
Through the chair, Mr. Bertig, would you be able to provide a sensitivity analysis on that potentially on the spot?
I know that
Yeah, through the chair, it's not something that we have put focus on, but perhaps when we're doing the building studies, we can pose that question and see what we could get as far as cost savings on the numerous buildings that we have around. In the past few years, we have done programs with converting to LED lights and sensors that acknowledge whether somebody is in the building or not, but we haven't done a full study on lowering the heat to see what kind of savings we would meet.
The next question. So if council was interested in making a motion to change management models of some of our services, such as maybe the harbor or our campgrounds, to one where we didn't directly do the service but leased it out and it was done that way, how would one, I know there's like a lot of moving parts in a motion like that, and my question is what process would be recommended by staff if council wanted to entertain such a thing?
It's a good one for the CAO, who I think is trying to answer. Acting CAO.
Thank you very much. Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, the harbor and and Wellington Beach specifically work on a more than cost recovery basis. So property taxes don't subsidize the harbor or Wellington Beach campsite.
So the question was, if we wanted to entertain a different way of doing that, what would we do as process-wise?
Through the chair, it might be a bigger question because of the lease with the province for the foreshower, and I'm not sure. I would assume we would need provincial approval before subleasing that out for the harbor specifically. So I think there'd be a number of, it's not a short and easy answer to that question. It wouldn't impact property taxes. However, in order to get a full answer to that, as far as I'm assuming you're looking at leasing it to another operation to operate, that would be, a request for a report.
Okay, thank you. So I had a couple of different questions more, but I'll go with my third question at this point. I noticed a number of items in last year's budget and this year's budget focus on software efficiencies that are going to save us man hours in administration. Are we able to attach the estimated savings on labor hours to that, or is it going to just kind of sit in the budget as is and be part of surpluses until we figure it out? That's my question.
Through the chair, how we budget for that is we wouldn't take those positions out, any sort of change in labor cost until the implementation is completed and there's an understanding of the impact on the hours.
And you expect that to be maybe next year, or?
Through the chair, each software implementation has its own different ramifications, and that is about the extent of the labor situation that I could talk about.
Okay, thanks.
Solar Palm.
Yeah, through the chair, I want to thank the chair for trying to define what we're trying to be doing here with our budget at this point, because I'm still in the dark. I'm going to ask a couple of questions to try to help the public out as well as me. And that is, if you wouldn't mind flashing up the part of this financial plan that had a new reference to 8% or 225 and deferring 800 and some odd thousand. Did I see that somewhere? Right there. Yeah, so my first question is, what was the deferment? What are we deferring?
Through the chair, we were deferring 3 capital projects funded through the equipment reserve, mainly, I believe, garbage truck purchases.
Okay, very good. Well, that's a step in the right direction as far as I'm concerned. And I want to just draw this one little page to your attention where it said we were originally looking at 11.4. Now with this slide, we're down to 8%. We're heading in the right direction on taxation for the city. But on that same slide, you'll notice that Campbell River was pegged at initially at 9%. And we had a news item come out of Campbell River. They have got theirs through consultation with their public and hearing a lot of noise. They are now down to 2.87. We need to think long and hard about how we get taxation down Powell River for our residents. Even 8% right now is unacceptable. And I'm going to give 3 examples as to why. One, when I look at these pages of all the capital projects and whatnot we've had and what we've deferred and what we haven't, the one that jumps off that page to me and gives me great concern is the mid-level connector.
Councilor Palm, I'm hoping that you get to a question because we're not in the debate part yet.
Oh, here is my direction. These 3 items would save us considerable amount of money in 2025. Even though this project has some grant funding to it, it's still a substantial cost. And from what it is initially was looked at 800,000, it's now up to 1.5 with lighting. That's not talking about maintenance for the many years to come And I had a conversation with a contractor that surveyed that route. And you know that it goes through swamp. And it's going to balloon quickly to $2 million, never mind 1.5. So we'll see that when the tenders come back, I would imagine. But I would say we shouldn't be thinking about this because it's a duplication of an existing pathway called the pole line, which I used to ride my bike on to Brooks on a regular basis when I went to.
Point of order, Chair. You've asked the speaker to focus on questions.
Many
Talking
things.
about questions.
Okay,
We should be looking at.
There's a point of order. I'd like your attention, please.
How much would that say?
We're in
if we
questions.
deferred that
so-
item.
Through the chair. I could report back. I need to understand the funding source. I believe it's community forest and a grant. So presumably we could shift the community forest funding to fund a project that's funded by property tax, in which case you could probably save some. But because the community forest is limited in its projects that it can fund, you may or may not have a property tax impact. Sorry that that's not a more straight answer, but that's the complexities of shifting funding.
Secondly, Sunga Bus, costing us at least $3,000 a year. We don't get anything coming from BC Transit till 2027. We should just shelve that for now, because it only serves West. We've talked about this numerous times.
Point of order, Chair. We're on question period.
Is how much would shutting down our Zunga Bus service save us?
Through the chair, the Zunga Bus is funded by the Climate Action Reserve, which is funded by LGCAP external grant. And so directly to shut it down would not save property taxes unless council directed staff to fund other initiatives that are currently funded by property tax by the Climate Reserve. An example could be the sustainability planner salary, for example. So again, it would depend on council's direction. It would be just stopping it in and of itself wouldn't save property tax. You would need to then identify what project currently funded by property tax would then be funded by that reserve to see that savings flow through.
Oh, thank you to the chair. Through my third example is that I've heard various comments in regard to the condition of our pool. We know what shape the roof is in. That's a sizable cost to us. So I would like a report in the new year as to how much shutting down the pool
Councillor,
would save us.
You want to make a motion later about reports? You can do that. Right now, we're in question.
If I
about
can
the
continue,
financial.
Chair, I'm just going to wrap this up.
If you could ask a question, that would be.
Those three examples alone would save us a great deal of funds. So I will be making a motion down the road in terms of looking at the big picture.
Well, that's good. You'll have a chance to do that. Mr. Mayor, any questions?
No questions.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to highlight for Councillor Palm, when the deferral that dropped things down to 8%, that is not something that we've decided on. That was staff reporting back on the.
Councillor Isaacson, I'm going to ask you to
Okay.
ask a question of staff.
Okay.
Because this is question.
Just so the public is aware, Councillor Palm made statements that inferred some things that are incorrect. Okay, questions. So the items that were shared, line by line for special projects and capital, again, generally funded by reserves, only saves taxpayer money if we are able to fund other things with what gets canceled or deferred. But the impact, from my understanding, if we're cutting things, and so I'm looking for clarity on this, if we defer special projects, purchases of capital equipment like trucks and things like that, my understanding is that we might save this year and it might feel good this year, but then we're just deferring those costs down the road. And so that graph that you showed a huge bump next year if we deferred those costs. So if not deferring capital projects and special projects that will cost us down the road, ultimately we're looking at service cuts. And so like, I just want that to be confirmed by you. We're looking at changing the service levels of what's available to our community and how we provide services to them through all the work that we do.
Through the chair, that is correct. In order to decrease the property taxes, decreasing or changing the services is what we would be discussing, whether that be services provided by the city or grants to nonprofits that deliver services that the city supports.
Second question. I know this is a super sensitive topic because emergency services are so important to our community, but they're also the largest chunk of our budget. There are so many costs that are outside of our control with, for example, RCMP, that's a contracted service. My understanding is the only impact, if you could confirm this, the only way we could impact that budget is if we reduce staffing levels. And I'm not sure if that's even open to negotiation. Can you talk to, when it comes to emergency services, what is actually within the control versus what's passed down from senior levels of government to us?
Through the chair, I would look at two different components of protective services. On the one hand, there's fire, and we also have RCMP. Fire, you'll notice in the financial plan that there is a fire service review so that we can understand what the exact needs are. As we know, there's legislated requirements, and I should refer to Chief Drakely on this, but legislated requirements for how many firefighters are required to be on the scene to enter a building. And so if you let me finish butchering this, Chief Drakely, I'll pass it off to you. And then on the RCMP front, we've approved 22 members. Our target is 20, but the vacancy rates for so many years have been so high. The council has approved a higher number of RCMP members just to try to get to the 20 target, and we're still at 16. I look at the quarterly invoices, and unfortunately we only pay for the boots on the ground, which is wonderful. So we are only paying for about 16 RCMP members, and historically has been about that low for a number of years. I want to say 6 or 7 years. I will pass it also off to Chief Drakely, who's online, or the sergeant, should you wish to add anything to what I might have butchered there for both of you.
Thank you, Ms. Dennison. Through the chair to council, the fire department operates with both WorkSafe minimums and also NFPA standards, which is a higher standard. The municipal bylaw, fire prevention bylaw, does require that we operate on the NFPA standard. For WorkSafe, we need a minimum of 4 firefighters on scene to affect internal firefighting and rescue sequences, which are done simultaneously. If we only have 3, we can only fight fires from the exterior, meaning crews can't go inside the building. And if we have 2, it's very difficult because we have a pump operator and an officer to provide command and control. That it's very difficult to even start firefighting operations.
And just to clarify, I'm not looking for justifications. I understand there's reasons that we do things, but I'm wondering what changes are within our control. And so it sounds like the change that's within our control there is the fact that we have a policy that requires NFPA standards, but there's certain things that are not negotiable that relate to WorkSafe BC standards. Is that correct?
That is correct. Council's choices will have an effect on either life safety services that are provided to the public or situations that they would end up putting the firefighters in without the ability to perform rescues or fight interior fires.
Thank you.
Councillor Southcott.
One more thing.
I've got one, and it actually comes from one of the ratepayers meetings I was at. So question is really simple. The yes or no answer. Does the 2025 5-year plan include increases to full-time or auxiliary firefighters, or does it not?
Through the chair, no, it does not include increases to the firefighters, auxiliary or full-time.
Thank you. Mr. Alameda, any questions?
Just one question. At the time, Councillor Palm had made reference to what if we were to drop the Zunga bus? And I guess the question I have there was, while it's currently reserve funded, so minimal impact to taxes, or no impact, I guess, right now to taxes. But we do have a couple of Zunga bus leases on the list that you provided, row 18 and 19. So I guess I was curious, hypothetically, if council were to cut the Zunga bus, are we financially tied to these vehicle leases that we'd still be paying for to just sit idle? Or is that something that can be dropped instantly as well?
Through the chair, we are able to drop the leases, but notice is required. I can't remember exactly how many months, but we have looked into this, and there's I want to venture a guess of 6-month notice that would be required.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So my first question is kind of similar to one of my other questions. We've done a lot of initiatives that are energy saving initiatives that were intended to lower our utility bills for heating or cooling, as the case may be. Have we been able to figure out whether how much that's lowered our utility bills? And if so, is that part of the budget, or is that part of the surplus each year that we're rolling over, that we're putting into reserves? How are we managing that?
Through the chair, I'll attempt this question, but of course, any of the directors online, if you'd like to add to it. But what we would do is we roll it into the budget. When we see a savings, we roll it in. We see it as part of our actuals, and we adjust our forecast for the following budget. So we are rolling those actual savings in each year.
Okay. Then my other question was, given our staff capacity is a little bit lower than some other times, are there projects on our list that are slated for 2025 that are unlikely to get done due to our capacity, lower capacity that we've had in the past?
Through the chair, very difficult to predict. I do believe we're optimistic to fill the vacancies. And so should we be able to fill the vacancies, we should be able to accomplish this capital plan. That's all I can say is we're optimistic that we'd be able to fill those.
And last question, I know that we're running around 16 with our policing staffing contingent, and we've approved 22. What are we budgeting?
Through the chair, we budget 20. We budget 20 because that is the target. And should we ever get there, we wouldn't want to have to jump up taxes to get to that target.
So the savings we realize each year gets rolled into the policing reserves, which are there to help us when we do retroactive settlements and so forth. Is that correct?
Through the chair, correct. It will support any retro pay, a transition to a higher percentage of RCMP cost share when we hit a population of 15,000. And that reserve can also be used for a major crime investigation.
Thank you.
Councillor Palm, do you have any questions to ask?
I'm going to ask a question of staff, because it's not prudent for myself sitting here or any councillor to ask specific questions on various small items. So my question to staff is, last year you brought us a number of items that your departments recommended that we could look at. So I am going to ask for staff to do the same thing when the crime of the world that comes to light in January, when we get assessment numbers and all the rest that we've got to factor into our decisions. So I would really like to see staff come back with an updated list from each department, say cutting 5 to 10% based on the size of their department, and also look at all of our capital costs or projects, and over the next 2 years, try to cut a couple of million out of that spending as well. So It's not my job to sit here and nitpick about this item or that item. I just pointed out those items saying that there's savings to be made, but staff are the ones that need to bring us those specific items for thought. Thank you, Chair.
Again, didn't sound a lot like a question, but the mayor had his hand up. Do you have a question, Mr. Mayor, or do you want to
I
jump
do,
into
Chair.
the meat of the debate?
Thank you. My question is, if the city was to sell a property which closed on May the 15th, 2025 for $1 million, what would be the impact on the 2025 requirement for property tax?
Through the chair, all proceeds from the sale of land and property must go to the land sale reserve. The land sale reserve can be used to purchase other land or for other capital projects. So assuming council would then make the decision to put the money in the reserve and use that money on a project that is currently funded by property taxes, you could lower for 1 year your property tax for $1 million. You would then see a subsequent increase in the next year, though, and the increase would be quite large because of that 1 million. So, you know, we would recommend spreading out the use of that reserve to help support the capital costs.
Thank you.
I'm going to just ask for a show of hands. I think we're into the third round of councilors asking. Just like a show of hand if people are ready to depart from our questioning into talking about making motions. Who's okay with that?
I've got one more question.
Okay. Councillor Isaacson wants to continue asking questions, so we will continue around. Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking at page 27 of your report, which is assumptions, and I'm specifically looking about financial contributions to NPOs with the Power of a Community Forest, and this relates to one of the recommendations or where you're looking for direction from us. And so right now, it says, so I'm, again, looking for clarity as what this exactly means. It talks about the annual, I'm reading within the middle of paragraph 4, the annual dividend for 2026 to 2029 is estimated at $2 million and has been fully set aside for the recreation center replacement and or major upgrades. And so my understanding is, given that Community Forest is a wholly owned city corporation, right now the budget is making an assumption that all of the, and again, I'm checking my assumptions, that all of the Community Forest monies would focus on community recreation center upgrades. And if there were to be any grants given to nonprofit organizations, like there have been every year historically, that would add further to the tax increase, not the tax levy overall package that that has been shared with us so far.
Through the chair, that is correct. So the reason for that is community forest grants are completely council discretionary and they fluctuate from year to year. So when we put draft 1 together, staff can't estimate what level of giving council would like. So we do a base where we assume the estimated dividend would support all the recreation, that the cost to save for the recreation projects. And then council may make a motion using recommended motions to direct some of that funding instead to a nonprofit and see the property tax increase in according with that. And that would be a completely council discretionary decision. The grants for the other nonprofits through grant in kind, grant in aid, contribution agreements, those staff were able to estimate because they grant in aid and grant in kind haven't changed for a number of years, and contribution agreements are agreements that are multi-year. And then again, the permissive tax exemption direction has been given. So for the nonprofit support, as far as grants go, staff have either policies or historical estimates to base all of the giving on. But when it comes to the community forest, it's so discretionary and it fluctuates from year to year. So it's really would be up to council to determine in the budget process what amount would go to nonprofits in 2025.
Thank you. That's my final question.
Councillor Southcott. Councillor Alameda.
For clarity, I guess, CFO, we've got a large increase now, and if I understand this correctly, obviously, everyone knows costs of life have gone up over the last few years. But this is not just a short-term problem. We're paying for it in the short term right now. But is this the result of, because you've said in the past that we as a city don't have enough reserves in, and I know we've got a lot of different reserve accounts, but I believe in our capital reserves for our buildings, we've got several old buildings. Are we at a point now where we're at a kind of a perfect storm where for years, maybe decades, our city has not put enough aside and to fund improvements or replacements of capital projects or capital buildings? And in addition to that, not only we have not saved enough, but now the costs have gone up to make those replacements, and we are short funded and now have to play some catch up. Is that kind of the bigger problem that we're at right now?
Through the chair, that summarizes it accurately. Legislatively, we are required to balance the 5-year plan. If we were a new community with new infrastructure, you would have very low capital costs in the next 5 years. And so you would have to have a lot of discipline to set some aside for future years. And, you know, when there's pressure on property tax and you know you can decrease property tax because part of that is savings for future, that's a very tempting, you know, savings option. So that is where we're at as a city with aged infrastructure and not enough savings for the aged infrastructure, therefore requiring an accelerated effort to save. And as we have better idea of the cost of the buildings, we'll be looking at more detailed funding solutions around, you know, combining it with debt and what have you, what those options would be. I did look up, I know the financial plan highlights, I think, 4 buildings in particular that we know are past useful life and we need to develop a strategy for. But I did have staff look up the number of buildings, and I think we have about 170 buildings, including, you know, things even just an outhouse or what have you. But I think there was about 178 different infrastructure buildings. So you've summarized it correctly.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott, any questions?
Thank you.
Just about getting into the motion phase here, pretty.
Yeah, so I didn't have any more questions until I listened to some of my colleagues, and now I have a clarifying question regarding the assumption of 2 million for the capital plan coming from community forests. So so that is a real 2 million that's supposed to, that needs to be spent on the recreation, like we have projects that have to be done within that time frame?
Through the chair, the estimated dividend in 2025 is 3 million.
Okay.
And then for the remaining years, it's 2 million. And currently it's budgeted for the large capital costs for the recreation center that we will be seeing. Until we have the master plan, we didn't put those projects in there. We wanted to have a master plan before we put projects in. But just for an example, we had a rehabilitation plan that became outdated quite quickly for the recreation center, and the main project that was identified was the pool roof, and I think the cost was 1 to 2 million, and now we're looking at about 6 million. So just bringing around the point that it's savings for projects that we know will be layered into the financial plan next year for the recreation center to address the infrastructure needs that we will be identifying more, like having a closer pinpoint on throughout the year with the asset, with the building management plan.
Right, so it's estimated revenue toward estimated costs of projects that we know are there, but not specifically identified. Okay, thank you. And then I did have another question. I forgot what it was now. I'm gonna, thank you. I think we should move into making some work, getting some work done.
So, do you have any more questions, or would you like to get into motions?
Questions I'd like to ask, Chair. And the first one is, out of the proposed 11.4% increase in property tax this year, 225, how much, what percentage of that 11.4 was going to be targeted for reserves?
Through the chair, I would have to break that down. As I talk about in the report, much of our costs are labor when it comes to operating costs, and those are tied to 3 collective agreements which are being negotiated. So there's, I think, to answer your question, that would be something I would need to report back on.
So are you saying that some of that 11.4% is in reserve for settlement of contracts?
Through the chair, what I can say is 23% of the property tax in 2025 is a transfer to reserve. And to pinpoint the 11.4 would be a discussion for a future meeting.
Okay, very good. Second one, the mayor asked a specific question on the sale of property. And my question is, if the sale from that property was put into our rec complex, would we be able to use the community forest funds elsewhere to help with the taxation situation?
Through the chair, in order to use the community forest funds on areas outside of what we kind of see as parks and rec mainly, the bylaw would need to change. Secondly, there is an insufficient amount of savings for the rec center, even with dedicating the community forest dividend fully to it in the next 5 years. So it would just likely offset potential debt that we would need to secure in coming years.
Thank you.
Okay, so would it be safe to say that everybody's had their questions asked? And we can go on to any motions that we have? But we have one in our package, which came from our previous meeting. And it was deferred from the December 3rd committee of the whole meeting. And my recollection, it was moved by Councillor Alameda. Do you want to make a motion to deal with that?
Well,
you can move it or you can not. It's totally up to you.
yeah, it's already on the floor. The CFO presented some information to us today that obviously wasn't present 2 weeks ago. When I made that motion, I looked at a couple of things. I looked at projects that hadn't been started yet, and I looked at projects that were lower on the priority scale. But every one of those projects is coming out of, well, primarily coming out of reserves. And as the CFO shared, while it might have a small impact on taxation for 2025, it would nearly double taxation in 2026, because I believe the previous chart had a 7% 2026, and the CFO shared a 13.5% 2026. So as much as I'd like to cut some costs, everything was just delaying it for the year, which might even make it worse second time around. So I don't think I'm in favor of my original motion.
Okay, so, there's a couple of ways we can do this. One, you could move the motion, it can be seconded, and it could be defeated. Or you could simply ask to withdraw the motion, and if council is okay with it, I would let you do that.
Point of information. It's been moved and seconded, so you pull it off the floor, you just pull it in and it's on the floor. Or you could move to remove, what's the
Giving Councillor Alameda an option.
Yeah, there is no moving and seconding required. That's my point of information.
If you object to him removing the motion, all you need to do is say that, and then we can go with the option, which is to move the motion. Councillor Alameda has spoken against it, and we can vote.
I'll move to remove it, the motion altogether.
I have a seconder for that. Councillor Oscott. Any discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? So the motion to remove that passes. Anyone else have any motions to make do with the first draft? Councillor Isaacson, are you putting your hand up?
Yeah, I was actually going to move one of the recommended options to deal with. I'll move that the committee directs staff to amend the Waterworks Regulation Rates Bylaw 2425 2015 Amendment Bylaw 2696 to increase all rates by 4% annually for the years 2025, 2026, and 2022.
Seconder for that? Councillor Alameda.
So this is on page 30.
Your motion.
Yeah, this is on page 30 of the report. There are 4 recommended options that staff have come forward with. number 4 deals with draft 2 of the budget, but then there were 3 other items in there. And so I wanted to just knock the first off.
Page 30.
Page 30 of this book here. Yeah, page 30. So we have recommendation options.
What number are you referring to?
I'm looking at number 1.
Second it and ask a question.
Ready, second.
Okay.
Just going to wait until everybody seems like they've had a chance to find it. And then I will recognize you, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So when we set the waterworks rates last, I think we had a conversation about distributing some of those costs into the taxpayers and so forth. Is this recommendation reversing that decision and trying to go with actual costs, or how does this impact?
Through the chair, that question that you had related to the sewer user fee, which sewer in and of itself is subsidized by property taxes, whereas water is fully paid for by the water user fee. And so the request here is that an increase of 4% per year for the next 3 years be applied to the water user fee. And the impact would be about a $14 increase annually. $14 in 2025, then 15, then 16. The prior 3 years was, I think, a 4%, 5%, and then a 4% increase that the previous CFO had implemented as part of a plan to start slowly increasing the water user fee to build up the water capital reserve. So we have sufficient reserve funds for future capital projects. So the water fee bylaw is up for renewal, and as part of the budgeting process, we're looking for direction, be it now or at draft 2, to make that change so that when we do our utilities billing in May, we would be able to implement the new fee. And so that's on page 28.
Right. So the surplus of money that would be gathered through the fees that may not be covering costs for operations that year would go into a reserve to help maintain the system in the future so we don't find ourselves behind later on.
Through the chair, correct. Yes, to avoid situations that communities up north are facing right now. So exactly, we budget to have a piece of the water revenue go into the water capital reserve. And because it is a fund, that money stays within that fund and will always stay within the water service.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Pong.
Speak to the motion on the floor. It's been seconded, correct? Yeah. So here's the dilemma. Before we start increasing costs to the public, I would simply like to know where the council's position in terms of cuts. I think we're going to know that nitty gritty until the new year when all the dust settles. So I think this motion is premature and I won't be voting for it at this point in time.
Anyone else? Councillor Isaacson.
Yeah, I described the motion earlier, but didn't speak to it. One of the things that is important to me is not impacting future councils the way that we have been impacted by not saving through building up reserves for capital costs. And this allows increases in a way that builds up reserves so that when capital costs happen in the future, we have a place to draw money from and residents aren't hit as hard with huge increases for water-related capital projects. And so to me, this is a reasonable increase and an important one to protect and to incorporate into our planning so that, again, we are protecting reserve funding for future councils, because we are suffering from previous councils deciding to decrease property taxes by pulling away from reserves, which are not felt immediately, but are felt in the future. And that's where we're at now. And I want to not pass that on to future councils and community members.
Councillor Palm.
Just in response to those comments, I agree wholeheartedly that we need to plan for the future. And when we talk about water, we talk about, we haven't specifically talked about pipe in the ground, and that's going to rear its ugly head very soon here. So I agree with those comments, but I'm just simply saying, let's hold off on the increases until we deal with the cuts that we need to make to lessen the pain from 11.4 presently. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Don't see any other hands, and we don't have the motion on the screen, so I'm going to ask you restate your motion so everybody knows what they're voting on.
Sure. I moved that the committee direct staff to amend the Waterworks Regulations and Rates Bylaw 2425-2015 Amendment Bylaw 2696 to increase all rates by 4% annually for the years 2025, 2026, and 2027.
Ended, so we've had some discussion. All those in favor of the motion? Opposed? Two opposed, the mayor and Councillor Palm. Motion passes. Anyone else with any ideas? Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. I have a small question before making a suggestion. So the question goes to Director Bretzloff, because I'm looking at what I can see in the chart, about 220,000 or so of different capital costs for things related to the pool. And earlier meeting, we had a discussion about a report on the status or life of our pool that we were waiting to hear back from. And I had previously stated that it would be good to know what the life of our pool is before we sink any additional funds into that pool. So Director Bretzloff, have we heard back from that engineering company? Do we have any ideas or updates?
Through the chair, we did, excuse me, we did receive a report from the company. Tor and his team have that right now. In general, it is indicating it was not a specific enough report to give us a specific lifespan per se, but it generally indicated that we're likely good to go in order to put a roof on, and that the pool was generally in good shape for its age. I do believe, and I defer to Director Burtag, I do believe that there may be some further engineering exploration or confirmation of some of the details, but it was a reasonably general short report.
Does Director Burtag have any additional add?
Through the chair, that's that's the essence of the report. They stated that there's no issues other than some minor. It would have been like a superficial grouting of the wall of the pool, but otherwise everything came up without any issues. And with that report, we feel that we can move forward with the rehab of the pool roof.
Thank you.
Just hang on, Councillor Palm. I see our deputy corporate officer had her hand up on the screen. I may have missed it back when you were trying to get my attention, but do you have something you wanted to say about this debate, Ms. Walls?
Apologies, Chair. That was from before, and it was it's been dealt with, and I forgot to put my hand down. Thank you.
Sorry, I missed it. I'll try to catch it quicker next time. Oh, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So I'm going to make a motion, and then if it's seconded, I will speak to it. I move that Council amend the budget plan to eliminate the sustainability planner and the social planner positions.
Perhaps corporate officer can put that up on the screen and we can make sure we get it clear. Motion is?
And then if I get a seconder, I'll speak to it. Because it's the committee recommends to come. Recommends to council to remove the sustainability planner and social planner positions from the 2025.
Point of order, Chair.
I'm trying to get it on the.
I know, I'm point of order, Chair. The second position that you mentioned is filled by an individual, and HR matters dealing with specific staff should not be discussed in open.
Okay.
You have a valid point. You shouldn't.
So if the motion's out of order, I guess I could make it in camera at a different time.
You could make any motion that's in order, or you can make a similar motion at an in-camera meeting if you think it's appropriate.
Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
Through the chair, if I may, you said the sustainability planner and the social planner?
Yes.
So the social planner isn't filled, but the sustainability planner is. So if I actually, sorry,
you concur that it's not appropriate?
It would all, sorry, it would all be enclosed. My mistake. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I withdraw the suggestion of the motion, and I will try to figure out what I can do from here. Thanks.
This is preliminary draft one that we're at. I have lots of time to think it through.
Just a general comment, though, we probably should schedule an in-camera meeting because the bulk of our operational budget is with is covering labor, and the only real way to sustainably lower our tax requisition is to lower our operating costs. To do that through capital plans or one-time only injections of funding just passes it down the road. If we do not shrink our actual operating budget, we're just delaying the inevitable and trying to find ways to kick the ball down the road. And so we're never going to get to a sustainably lower tax rate without discussing how much money we contribute to our operating labor budget. And so that's my thoughts, and that's where I was going. And so we probably need an in-camera session to talk about that portion of the budget.
I understand we're confined by our rules, but there are ways under Section 90 to discuss in a closed meeting things that we can't discuss in a public meeting. And I hear what you're saying. You think we should do that?
Yeah, I'm hoping for the opportunity to talk about labor as part of this budget discussion.
There was no.
I just want to make a correction to what Councillor Elliott said. I believe that you're dismissing the opportunity to have economic development in Powell River, which would then significantly increase the taxes from the industrial category. So I think it's we should bear that in mind when we have this discussion.
Can I respond?
Yeah, you can move on if you have a motion to make about the financial plan.
Right. I just wanted to respond to the mayor saying that I was dismissing something. Is that okay, Chair?
I don't want to get into an argument between members of council about what the future should be. I'd like to spend time working on what our agenda items are. But, a comment was made, you were named, so I'll let you respond.
I didn't speak to opportunities to increase revenue at all. I was speaking to how we reduce costs. So there's two sides to every equation, and I believe the one you're referring to is increasing revenues. So.
Alameda, do you have a motion to make?
Yes, I do. It's one clarification question to the CFO. CFO on page 30 your 5-year draft plan with the recommended options. You mentioned the council recommendation to the QRD for maximum funding of the rec center, which I believe we also made last year as well. So I presume this is a standard request we have to do each year in the budgeting process?
Through the chair, that's correct. The QRD has a range of amounts that they could contribute to the rec center. So should council wish to pursue the maximum amount, I would recommend that a motion be made for staff to prepare a letter and communicate that to the Cathett Regional District for their deliberations.
Make that motion.
Going to make a motion?
I move that the
Councillor Southcott has his hand up. He probably wants to reply, or did you want to speak before a motion was made?
I move that the committee directs the staff to prepare a letter to the Cathett Regional District requesting the maximum contribution to the Recreation Center for 2025 to 2029 as per the executed funding service agreement between the City of Powell River and the Cathett Regional District.
Okay. Seconder. Mayor seconds it. Councillor Alameda, do you want to talk about it?
I mean, just as the CFO just answered for us, it was, we made the same recommendation last year in requesting our regional director friend, regional district neighbors to assist in the cost of operating the complex. And I believe in most other communities, the complex is normally under the RD jurisdiction, and we tend to be a little unique. So happy to discuss it more with the directors if that opportunity is needed, but it seems like since we've done this every year, it seemed like an obvious motion to make.
Councillor Southcott.
Thanks. I'd like to move an amendment. The amendment is an addition to this motion, and it is as follows. And that staff bring back or be directed to bring back a report with options for equitable regional per capita contributions to rec complex costs. And I'll speak to that if
there's a seconder. You will.
There's a seconder.
I'll second it.
Second it.
Thank you.
Fill your roots.
So I was going to put the word operational in there as well, but I don't want to limit the possibilities of what staff might want to address. Even though I am of the belief that since the city-owned community forest has the resources, and those resources have been used in the past to fund capital costs for the upgrading or the repairs of the rec complex, of which there are going to be need substantial more, I think we can continue to do that. But I also am of the belief that we need to take a step beyond what this recommendation that was offered to us by staff is, because I've never been satisfied with the fact that regional residents in 2018 when this was, or 2019 when this was agreed to by referendum in 2018 by a healthy majority in the regional district, accepting Texada, have only paid about a third per capita. Well, beginning then, I'm not sure of the subsequent numbers, but I don't believe that the regional district taxpayers have paid more than a third relative to the city taxpayers for tax subsidized operational costs of the rec complex. So I personally want to see this addressed as timely a fashion as possible. The regional district could amend their service bylaw by an approach to the province, and that is possibly an option we could ask them to do. But for now, what they could do is at least raise their contribution through their existing bylaw to the maximum possible. And I definitely want to see that, but I also want to see us take this other step as well. And I'm hoping the wording that I've suggested is adequate to that purpose, but I'd certainly be open to suggestions from staff if there's a clearer way of putting what I want across. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but we had an agreement between the regional district and the city for previous contributions and it's expired. So I think most of the stuff in the motion is good. I'm just concerned that maybe what we really need to be doing is initiating a process to renew or negotiate a new agreement. And this might not be getting us there. So can I ask if what I understand is correct?
Through the chair, it would take some time to take the current agreement and renegotiate. So if a different direction is desired, it would probably be more efficient to look at all the options, the different funding options, pick the option that council wishes to pursue and continue in discussions on that potential front of making larger changes. In the background, continuing with the expired agreement, which we can still apply to the maximum amount within that agreement. So it might be best to put efforts towards the direction that council would really like to go.
Okay, thanks.
That's my question.
I don't see any other hands, so I'm going to jump in on this. There was an agreement between the regional district and the city for the funding that's generated by the limited service area agreement for the recreation, and it's for most of the electoral areas except for Exada Island and Lasqueti Island, who don't contribute to it. And there is a minimum amount that the bylaw allows to be collected, and there is a maximum amount that the bylaw allows to be created. There was an agreement, and I think it was a 5-year agreement. I could be wrong in detail. But that agreement for an annual contribution by the regional district from that service to the city expired at the end of 2023. I don't believe there is an existing agreement. I think the regional district may be recognizing it as just an ongoing agreement. But I support particularly Councillor Southcott's amendment, talks about equitability and talks about bringing a report back, because I think there probably needs to be some exchange. Because I don't think that that service agreement ever actually paid the full cost of electoral area people using our rec center. And I think this is an opportunity to address that. And hopefully if this motion passes, that's what happens. The city sits down with the regional district and negotiates an equitable participation and equitable payment for what is a great asset to the whole peninsula. Anyone else? Councillor Palm and then Councillor Elliott. Councillor Palm.
I just want to clarify for all of us where we are on the recreational side with the regional district. Yes, we did have a original 5-year agreement. It was far short of their 30% contribution. I can guarantee you that. But when it lapsed in 2023, did we come forward with an interim agreement for 1 year for this past year? Or did we collect zero?
Through the chair, we operated under the existing agreement and collected an amount subject to that agreement.
I'm good.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So would this motion have a report that would have enough information for us to consider the idea of transferring the rec center to a regionally run facility?
Through the chair, I'll ask Director Bretzlaff to comment on that, please, and thank you.
Through the chair, the range of options are quite wide. I believe our original report from last from last year had a number of options on it to either do status quo, increase the amount of funding that we requested, or potentially go to a two-tiered service. As far as transferring over to a regional program, it's possible. We have had some conversations of late with municipalities that are found themselves in similar situations, and that we would need to do a detailed report on that. But I can assure you that comes with some challenges as well.
So at the heart of my question, one of the things I'm aware of from being over on the regional district is when a service is set up, and the costs are figured out, they're automatically, it is determined what share is whose. Like there isn't a need to negotiate between the various areas what their share is. It's either they're part of the service area and it's based on population, or it's not. And so there's an automatic system for divvying up the costs for a particular service. The way we are currently set up, we are always on the hook to negotiate with folks, and it's kind of awkward and creates delays and stress in our system. So what I'm hoping is if we pass this motion and it comes back with a report, that concept of running it as a regional service could be part of the options of the report. And so that's, I guess, my question is whether we need something different in the motion to make that happen, or if this motion suffices.
Through the chair, that we could include it in this, and it would be a little bit more of a detailed report than it otherwise would be, but this could do it, yes.
Thank you so much.
Discussion. All those in favor of the motion?
Well, the
Any
amendment.
opposed?
Amendment.
Motion, right. It's all jammed together in there, even though it's bold. So what we're talking about voting on is the amendment. If it's okay, I think everybody might have understood that, but I'll just go. All in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? It's carried unanimously. Let's try the main motion as amended. All those in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Councillor Isaac.
I'm going to try to start us off on the hard conversation. I've just sent an email to staff with wording, but it's specific to option 4. So let me read out my motion 4. So that the committee directs staff to prepare 3 options for reducing the proposed property tax levy increase to 8%. For draft 2 of the City of Powell River 2025 to 2029 Financial Plan Bylaw number 2751 budget deliberations.
That Councillor Elliott? Wait and see what it is we see and make sure it's what you want to have there. That's the whole thing.
Well, the rest of the motion was pulled from the finance report.
Yeah, number 4.
Do staff want me to repeat the wording? There we go.
Getting there.
Except there should be a T at the very front. It looks like what I read.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a seconder. Do you want to discuss?
Yeah, I would love to speak to it. So given that most of the suite of details that we are given in the budgeting process have to do with capital plans and special projects and don't necessarily get at the level of detail that really only staff know and staff are best to be able to explore. This is kind of like what staff brought back to us last year with options for proposed cuts. They weren't making recommendations, but they were giving us a suite of options. And so I'm trying to balance a couple things. One is to acknowledge that we are a city in economic transition. I expect that there will be implications for this community. I expect that taxes will go up, and I expect that services will feel a crunch. There's no other way around going through an economic transition in community. And so the 8%, not super arbitrary. I was trying to get it below 10% and maybe even below what I'm comfortable with, because I expect when we get options back that some of the options we won't want to cut because those things are really important to us. And so again, trying to balance the needs, knowing that we still need to contribute to reserves. I am open to an amendment to this for us to provide staff with a bit more direction in terms of specific considerations we might want to give them. For example, are we interested in making cuts to discretionary external spending to nonprofit organizations, or do we want to look at which areas of services we want to look at, or if there's certain subsets of the population we want to try to reduce the impact on, like youth. But I felt like this was a starting place for us. But my intention is to still give staff a bit more direction. But again, this is a starting place, acknowledging that we are a community in economic transition. And if we don't give staff direction to come back to us with decreases, they're not going to magically come out of thin air. We have to direct them in some way. And this is one of the ways to do that.
Any other discussion? Councillor Palm.
Yeah, this is getting to a similar motion that I was going to try to make in terms of budget, sharpening the pencil across the board on budget reductions. So I like this. It gives multiple options here when they present the three, but I would certainly like to see that 8% reduced at the start, to come back with 5% in light of some of the conversations we've already had around land sales and economic development. I would like to see staff work hard to get that number down to 5, knowing that we were under 5 last year, and the combined taxation that most residents saw were double digit. So that's the reason I'd like to make an amendment to change 8 to 5.
Seconder for that motion. Mayor Wasno seconds it. So you want to explain your logic there, Councillor Palm?
I think I already explained it, that just the 3 options will come back more defined, and knowing how things worked out last year, this is the right thing to do.
Thank you, Chair. It builds off of what Councillor Isaacson says, that likelihood if we say 8%, we're not going to see a lot of options that should be considered, but saying 5%, we will have much more information in order to make a reasoned decision.
Thanks. Just a question to inform me, at least, in deciding, am I right in understand through the chair to CAO, CFO? Am I right in understanding that 1% of tax is approximately equal to about $300,000 now? I think I read that in one of the reports somewhere.
Through the chair, I'm digging to find my exact chart just so I can further direct the public as well. So on page 27, it shows 1% tax increase is 272,000.
Six times that.
There's a full chart.
Any other discussion? Councilor Elliott.
Yeah, so I think options for 5% are going to come back significantly impacting services, but it might be good, as the mayor indicated, to see what those are, and we could pick and choose between those options. My only concern is that we won't have the options spelled out for us for a slightly lower impact to services. We're going to get services to cut to meet the 5%, and we won't know what it looks like to do a slightly different percent. And so I guess I have a question to staff. It is my understanding that the bulk of cuts that would have to be done to services would have to be done in discretionary areas and impact labor once again. And so many of those options would have to come back through in camera. Am I correct?
Through the chair, when staff dig into the figures, we would likely see a report in open and a report in camera, given the nature of the types of costs.
Is there a way to propose options that would cut a service based on 8 and 5, or is that just too complicated?
Through the chair, one number would be preferred, one number target. But however, through the chair, a range provides staff with a little bit of wiggle room, which can be appreciated as well. So that would be up to the committee's preference.
Thanks.
I'd like to jump into the debate. I'm actually in favor of this amendment because I hear people saying they want significant reductions in the expected taxes. My gut feeling, actually my quite educated feeling, not as much as some, but kind of educated feeling, is that if we're going to reduce the tax increase to 5%, we will be looking at significant changes in service. And by that, I mean significant reductions. And I'm willing to support this because I think we need to be upfront with the population of the community and say, if we want a 5% increase, this is what it's going to cost you in terms of services. I'm totally in favor of it. The report asks for 3 different options. First one was 8% increase in taxes. The other one was a 5% increase in taxes. Gives a range. Council may have to get together at an in-camera meeting and decide what that impact is going to be in services covered by Section 90, but that's what we get the big bucks for. And, I don't mind us actually considering it. So I am willing to vote in favor of 3 options to look at a reduction of the tax increase to 5% and see what it does, because we should all shine a light on it and see what we're talking about. Anybody else? Councillor Palm.
Yeah, just my last point that I've already stated previously. One of the rationales for this is what's happened in Campbell River, starting at 9, and now they have settled, having gone back to staff for answers at 2.87.
Councillor Isaac.
Thank you, Chair. One question about something that you just said. In accepting this motion, we would be getting 3 options for 5%, not one report on 5% and one report on 8%. So I just want to make sure that I understood what your intention, that you're supporting a motion that has 3 options for 5%.
So, I have to roll the tape back and see exactly what I said. But I think the motion is pretty obvious all by itself. It requests 3 options for reducing the proposed property tax levy increase to 5%.
Yeah.
That's the motion. That's what staff will be doing. They can bring back the options that they think are appropriate, and then council can either accept those options or ask for 3 more different options. Councilor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question, I guess, for the CFO. When I'm thinking through how staff will come up with this, I imagine each director will have a plan to trim their own budgets, but it's not going to be one magical item that's going to drop things from 11 to 5%. They're going to have to pick a handful of things to get there. And so when staff is seeing this report or this recommendation, rather, are they reading it as, and I'm just going to pick Director Bretzlaff as a random, that he will come back with option A, B, C to get his department down to that percentage, and then Director Burteg will come back with A, B, C, and so each director will have 3 options for the council then to narrow down. Is that kind of how staff is interpreting this?
Through the chair, how I would interpret it is to provide 3 options that would bring the property tax levy down to, and now are we talking 5%, I believe, and those each option would have a variety of different changes to the service level. And how we derive that as a team is not every department is equal, and those that are more discretionary in nature will likely be able to bring forward more service cut options than those that are less discretionary in nature. So for example, sewer and water, likely we wouldn't see any cuts there. Maybe we would see some options for lowering our standards for our road maintenance, not road maintenance, but road improvement plan. So that's kind of one option, but it wouldn't be each department doing a specific amount. We would work as a team to try to come up with 3 scenarios that would have a variety of different changes to service levels that would get to that 5%.
Not going to resist the temptation to step in and say we have a one employee model in the city, and the CAO or the acting CAO decides how to operationally put into effect what the committee recommends. So CAO is going to decide how they do that. And I'm sure that any report that comes back will come back with a good description of how the recommendations were arrived at. Councillor Southcott.
Thanks, Chair. I think I'd be more comfortable supporting this amendment by removing the number 3 to simply open it up for staff to bring us back options. I think this is a significantly increased challenge going from 8 down to 5. I do support Councillor Dout's arguments, but I would like to give staff the greatest possible freedom to figure out how to do that.
My screen's flashing again. Are you making an amendment?
Not yet.
Speaking against it?
If this passes, I will make an amendment. Another one. I think we can make another one.
Yeah.
Go somewhere and now he's thumping.
There's a dance going on upstairs. I don't know.
Oh,
Bring your kids to council night.
Okay, so here we are. We've got a motion on the floor. We have the recommendation. If we could see it, it would be easier to ask people to vote. Everybody remember what the motion is?
Can we get the motion back?
dealing
on
with
the-
an amendment, I think, right now.
There is no amendment.
Well, it was changing 8 to 5. Didn't vote on that yet.
Just trying to see on the screen.
Oh, you mean there's
what it is
nothing
we're
on screen?
voting on, so that we have no discussion after the vote, but whether people.
There it is.
So we're going back to the point where change 8% to 5% is an amendment. I think we've had a lot of discussion. All those in favor of the amendment? Any opposed? The amendment is carried. The main motion, Councillor Southcott.
I'd like to propose another amendment, please, and that is to remove the number 3.
The entire amendment?
That's the entire amendment.
Okay. Is there a seconder for that? Okay. Councillor Southcott.
As I said, I feel limiting it to 3 options, although it seems somewhat arbitrary to me. So I would like to give staff the freedom to bring us back whatever they can. And I think removing the number 3 would give staff more freedom to do that. More flexibility, if you will.
Councillor Isaacson, I saw your hand up.
Question for staff through the chair to staff. Does that matter to you? Is one easier than the other?
Through the chair, it would be easier to remove the number 3 if a service isn't being targeted. It will give more flexibility. We could accommodate either, but that would be staff preference.
On the amendment, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you. So would, if you were trying to protect transfer to reserves, for example, to secure future, and you're trying to show council what protection of transfer of reserves looks like versus something else, I guess you could do that anyway without having that 3 in there?
Through the chair, yes, we could do that.
On the amendment to remove the number 3 from the main motion, all those in favor? Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Perhaps, Councillor Isaacson, yet another amendment, the third one in a row.
Yeah, I have a question for staff though before I make this amendment. My question is about providing additional direction in the types of areas we are most interested in protecting or cutting. And I'm assuming that would be helpful, but I'm also assuming that if we give you direction, you might not be able to stick to it to get to the 5%. And so I'm wondering, were I to make an amendment with some specific direction, is that helpful, or what might be more helpful?
Through the chair, it is helpful to steer so we get it closer to what council will be looking for the first time. But having said that, I completely understand that it's difficult to contextualize what that decrease would be, how many services would be impacted. So I would recommend that if there's services that are a no-go, such as transportation or the level at which we maintain our roads, what have you, that those be explicitly included here, because if they aren't, and that makes up the bulk of the recommendation, we might not be getting our discussion closer to where council's looking for it to go. So any services that you are definitely not wanting to see a cut in as a committee could be added to the recommendation. And I do think that does provide you with a better follow-up report.
I'm just gonna jump in there as the chair. We can commit to make as long or as short a list and discuss as many or as few items in this report. It's a big report. We're going to talk about each and every one of those lines and whether or not we want it to be included in the things that may be thought about for reduction. That's going to take us quite a long time, I'd suggest. And I think my own personal opinion is we've given staff a pretty wide discretion to look at options to reduce the proposed property tax levy. And to me, it would make more sense to hear what staff comes back with about the impacts of those things, because I think I know pretty much what kind of the impact we're going to have, but I'm not sure that we're going to be able to do a better job if we spend a lot of time tonight talking about the Zunga bus and paving the rest of Duncan Street, or whether we should pave Lois in Wildwood. What I'm asking people to do is think about the bigger picture. I think the motion as it stands allows a lot of action on the bigger picture. We've already been here for a long time. Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you. I'm still going to put forward an amendment, but that focuses on the big picture. I move to amend the motion to add the following at the end. With an attempt to protect transfers to reserves and minimize impact to youth and low-income individuals.
Seconder for that? Councillor Alameda. Any discussion? Councillor Isaacs.
Thank you. In making this, my ideal is just to attempt to provide a bit more direction to staff. These are things that have come up in conversation a lot, and I feel like, you know, if passed here represents the will of council, and it gives, if staff are looking at, you know, a bucket of 10 items, it might cut out 7 and allow them to focus on cuts in other areas. And so it's my preference that when the options come back to us, they attempt to do those things so that the cuts are ones that I would be more likely to agree with.
Councillor Elliott.
I think I'm okay with the amendment. However, if staff, so this is kind of a vague word, attempt. So if staff come back with things in their proposed cuts that are untenable to us, I'm assuming there would be numbers attached to those too. And those would make up maybe something we decide not to do. And it might change the overall number from 5% to something else. But that's one of the things we contemplated in the original motion, was that some of the stuff they would come back with would be something we wouldn't want to do. And I think it's okay to have it in the report, and it's okay for staff to come back with that. I do like the protection of transfers to reserves, because it focuses on trying to downsize our costs of operations and not impact our future ability to replace infrastructure that needs to be replaced. And I think overall a sustainable approach has to look at your operating costs. So I think it's okay.
Not in favor of the amendment. This one, staff, in my opinion, got to give them free rein to bring us back their recommendations, since they're the ones in the know. I don't want to put all of them. Councillor Doubt, staff do the job.
No, I'm against this amendment, because from my experience, I don't think it's possible to take a recommendation that the staff makes that they have to increase taxes by 11.5%, keep service at the same level. I don't think you can say that, reduce it by more than 50% to a 5% tax increase, and expect that we will be able to do all of those things. I'm not going to vote in favor of this, because I think we would be giving staff an impossible task. Mr. Mayor.
Excuse me. I concur with what the chair and Councillor Palmer said, and I would vote against the amendment.
Anyone else with anything to add? Councillor Isaacs.
Yeah, just one additional comment on this. For me, the word attempt is there, acknowledging that it might not be possible, but if staff are doing, you know, the first call for potential cuts, that those types of things are protected. But if they have to go back or out to staff and gather some more options, that likely to get to 5%, some of these things will be in here. And so I acknowledge that, and that's why the word attempt is there, so that the first round of, as the CFO and CAO are doing the really hard work of trying to get, this is going to be very hard work for them, that there's a little bit of direction for the first round of exploration that they do.
Anyone else? Okay, we're working on amendment number 3. All those in favor of the amendment? 1, 2, 3. All those opposed? 3, 4. Motion is defeated. Now we're back to the main motion. That's okay with everybody. All those in favor of the main motion as amended? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. So how close are we, folks, around the table to being done with this? Because,
Move for adjournment.
well, you can't move for adjournment. All I'm trying to do is get a sense whether people want to continue with debate on the 5-year financial plan, or they want to take a break right now, because we've been sitting here for 4 hours, I think, since there's 3 hours since we had a break. Mr. Mayor?
I'm going to have to leave if we continue because I'm falling asleep. I was up at about 4 in the morning, so.
And that's the kind of thing I'm thinking about. If we're just about done with the financial plan, then I think we could continue ahead. Otherwise, I think we should take a break. Councillor Pong.
Yeah, I'd like to discuss what comes back from staff in January when they're ready to present this to us for further discussion, because at this point, we don't know where we are. So I would like to continue with the business, call adjournment, allow the mayor to go home.
Isaacson?
Thank you. We haven't addressed recommendation number 3 from staff, which is related to the amount that we would request from Powell River Community Forest. But before I make a recommendation or move that, I'm curious from staff if, given the previous motion that was adopted, whether or not you need a recommendation on number 3, or whether that would be taken into consideration when proposing the new draft 2.
Through the chair, if direction was given now, it would be preferred, because if staff are to get down to 8% and we're considering a 1% on top of the 11.4 for community forest grants, then we'd have more work to be done, more cuts to propose. So if we don't have interaction right now and we come back with options to get to 5%, we get to 5% and then council direct grants to community forest, then we're back up. So it depends on the will of council. Both options work, but direction now would allow us to truly get to that 5% without any other foreseen increases.
Thank you, CAO. So since there's an interest in continuing on with the 5-year financial plan discussion, I'm going to call a break for 10 minutes. We'll come back. We'll continue the discussion after the break. Okay. Here we are. CAO. Let's see if we can move forward here. So Councillor Isaacson, did you have a motion to make?
Oh, sure. I just got to pull up the right page. I believe it's page 27. Okay. That the committee recommends staff to increase the 2025 property tax levy and the Powell River Community Forest grants to nonprofit organizations by $272,650 in relation to the City of Powell River 2025 to 2029 financial plan bylaw number 2751 budget deliberations, and so show these increases in draft 2 of the 2025 to 2029 5-year financial plan.
To see that in writing on the screen.
One percent.
30, right?
The recommendation is on page 30, and the specific amount that I chose is on the right side of page 27.
The amount is just about at 1%.
Yeah.
Precisely. 1% was 272.6, and this is 272.6. Sorry.
Is there a seconder for that motion?
Second for.
Councillor Alameda, seconds for discussion. Councillor Isaacson, can you explain what you're talking about?
Well, we had to start somewhere, and so I made the motion. I think the city, and when I say the city, I mean both council as well as the community as a whole, again, needs to acknowledge that we are a town in economic transition, and that requires, you know, quote unquote, tightening our belts in different ways. And if we were to in effect, what it does is it sets a cap on what the Powell River Community Forest is able to grant to community organizations as opposed to the city. And I don't think this is necessarily popular to council, popular to Powell River Community Forest Board, popular to community organizations that rely on the community forest. But I think given that, again, we are not in a rosy financial situation, and we need to acknowledge that. And sometimes that means making hard choices. And so as I put this forward, I don't think it's popular. I don't think people will like me for it, but I think it's part of being prudent in really difficult financial times.
Councillor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Isaacson might have cleared up some of my questions, but I guess to the CFO, if I'm understanding this correctly, this motion would then say that for our community forest grant intake period that happens every year, that instead of the couple millions that have gone to various projects to nonprofits over the last couple of years, we would say, okay, we're going to cap it at the 272, and any remaining community forest profits would go, as you've talked about assumptions, probably towards the rec complex, future complex, or upgrades to the complex. Am I understanding that correctly?
Through the chair, that is correct. And so this would increase the current property tax rate increase from 11.4 to about 12.4. And this amount would be granted, and the remaining amount would go for recreation center capital upgrades.
Councillor Elliott, and then I just have to ask a question. And Councillor both got it.
So I'm not entirely clear on what was in the 5-year financial plan before we make this change versus. So did we have 0 grants in the 5-year plan? So we didn't carry forward last year's or anything like that?
Through the chair, the amount was 0. The amount that council grants for community forest grants fluctuates from year to year. So the draft plan was 0 with a chart on page 27 for council to follow to provide direction to staff to set the amount that council would like to see.
Okay, So the assumption of the revenue side would stay at 2 million or 3 million, sorry, down to 2. And we're not going to assume 0 for community grants. We're going to assume this new 272,650 for community grants. And then we'll assume that 272,650 would have to be made up through taxation in order to do that.
Through the chair, that's correct.
Thank you.
I'm having trouble fighting my way in this one to understand what the motion says. So my understanding is the committee recommends that staff increase 2025 property tax levy by $272,650 and also increase the Fall River Community Forest grants to nonprofit organizations. 200,000. Assuming that increase from where they are currently. Go ahead. That increases, assumes an increase in property taxes or grants, and increases the grants all at the same time. I think we should. I'm sorry. How they should be made. They should. Helps us get there from where we are tonight. The ones I had was Councillor Southcott. See your hand, Councillor.
Thanks. So if we were to do this, what might end up happening is the Community Forest Reserve Fund might end up with a much larger amount than it possibly has had in the past. If that was to happen, is it possible for us to borrow, for the city to borrow against that reserve fund? I know there is some, I was doing some research trying to figure this out, and I know there's some ability for us to borrow against reserve funds. Now, thinking that possibly not right away, but hoping and wishing for the future to reveal new sources of revenue for us. In the meantime, is this something that we could possibly do, is borrow against the Community Forest Reserve Fund? And if we could, specific things we could do with that? Or
through the chair, we can borrow from reserves, and we would be required to pay interest on those reserves. And so if council was interested in that, we would, recommend which reserves to borrow from. The land sale reserve would be maybe a cleaner one. But it does defer the problem, because eventually you'll have to pay that full amount back to the reserve. And so you'll have to raise that money later. And in the meantime, you're paying interest into that reserve. So, and through the chair, it's presuming that reserve has uncommitted funds, whereas the Community Forest Reserve Fund looks like it has a large balance, but of course, a lot of that is committed to projects that are already underway.
Councillor Baum, did you have your hand up?
I'm lost on this one. I'm looking at the figure 272. Well, it has meaning to me. Relation to our community forest. But I'm kind of perplexed that we're asking for an increase to the tax levy in 2025 for the 272 as well. We're asking that from the taxpayers, right?
Through the chair, correct.
And also looking to increase grants to nonprofits by that amount?
Through the chair, that's correct. One way to look at it is the community forest provides revenue to the city, and if the city gives it away to a nonprofit, the money would have to come from somewhere else, which would be property tax.
Yes, this is a safeguard. Reading it?
We've got to speak. And everybody who wants to speak will get an opportunity. Councilor Alameda is waiting.
Yeah, and I guess I have a somewhat similar confusion to the wording as Councilor Palm, and I guess I'm trying to compare it maybe to the property tax exemptions, and because those are also funds that go to nonprofits. And I'm trying to recall when we typically do the community force grant process, I think you always come in with a amendment to the 5-year plan as part of the grant approval, right? I think it's normally part of it. This would eliminate needing that 5-year amendment thing.
Through the chair, because when we budget, we have an estimate of the dividend. If the dividend is actually more, there's sometimes wiggle room. So there can be that adjustment in the spring where we, would see that and make the budgeted amendment accordingly. But this would embed it in the budget, and then this would be what the council would work off of for nonprofit grants.
Councilor Elliott.
So I just thought, speaking about it in a different way right now. So our 5-year plan that was proposed right now assumes that we will need 3 million the first year, 2 million the next 2 years from the community forest or our community rec center. If the dividend that comes in is that exact amount, there's nothing left over for community organization. What this motion is attempting to do is put a number in that we would give to community organizations through the community forest and protect that should the revenues equal the exact amount as what has been estimated. The revenues come in lower, then I suppose it would still protect them, but we would have a shortfall for what we have for the rec center based on the 5-year plan. So the assumption is 2 million or 3 million, 2 million, and 2 million in the next 3 years. Revenue from the community forest has to go to the rec center to balance the budget at the 11.4% increase that it's currently. What this motion would do is add some money within that envelope for community organizations to receive grants, because right now they're assumed at 0. And it would transfer the need for that money over to taxation versus the community. That make sense? Oh, sorry. I'm not going to repeat myself.
I'm going to go by speakers here. I want to point out an observation that I think is right. And my recollection from the earlier debate was that if you're looking at the amount of revenue you get from a 1% tax increase, it's about $272,650. Am I correct about that?
Minus the $50.
Beautiful.
Through the chair, that is correct.
And so I want to explain, I'm coming at it from another different direction. We have just asked staff to come back the next time they talk to us with a number of options to reduce taxes to 5%, tax increases to 5%. And now we're passing another motion to deal with right after that to increase it by another 1%. But before, I wasn't going to support it because of the language. I still don't. Anyone else? Councilor Alameda.
I'm curious to the CFO, after Councilor Elliott's explanation, because the 2025 budget currently has 3 million earmarked from the community forest for the rec center. So, and I'm going to use the number 250,000 just to make it easier math. If we change that 3 million to 2.75 million, and then 250,000 to nonprofit grants, does that in essence do the same thing without a tax increase?
Through the chair, you could cut the transfer to capital reserve, and you are correct. Then there would be no property tax increase. It would be targeting a decrease to a transfer to our reserve instead, which could be done for any service, really.
Thank you.
Councilor Isaacson.
Thank you. if this motion doesn't pass and we can't find any motion to pass, then that would, I want to make sure I'm clear on this. It would mean that we would in effect be saying that we are not asking for any community grants to happen through the community forest this year. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that would be correct for this budget. Council could do a budget amendment and pull from the future transfer to reserve at that point, but yeah, that would be correct. That would be the assumption embedded in this budget.
So as a follow-up to that question, in proposing this, I want to provide clarity to the community forest. And perhaps there are members of this council that want that number to be higher because that's what we've seen in the past go to community organizations. But this current draft one made some assumptions. And one of them is that we would be able to use community forest dividends to deal with the capital improvement needs of our rec complex. And so if we don't pass this or something similar, then or with some sort of number in it, then we are in effect directing the community forest not to grant this year. And so I want to make sure that's my understanding, and I believe that's what the CFO just recommended. And so if someone has a different number that they would like to put in there, then open to amendments, but that would be the implication of not passing any motion like this.
Councilor Alameda.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think having a more simpler motion would be easier, and I'm not going to recommend an amendment because it's completely different. So to clarify with the CFO, seeing as the current 5-year plan has 3 million, 2 million, 2 million moving forward, and seeing as there's probably a will of council to have some sort of number go to nonprofit organizations, would it work to have wording be like something to the effect of a certain percentage of the community forest dividend up to a maximum number be allocated to nonprofit organizations? Would that wording kind of work so that it's not a tax levy? And if the dividend is 3 million, like we can do a max of 250 or something. And if the dividend's 3 million, then it's 250. And if it's 2 million, then it's 10% or something. Like, does that work?
Through the chair, committee could give direction. Given that the estimate is 3 million, committee can also recommend a number. If you arrive at that number by a certain percentage applied to the 3 million, and then apply a cap, if the estimate changes, then it already kind of predetermines what council is looking at, because by draft 2, perhaps estimate might change. So you could embed that in.
Anyone else on the motion? I'd like to see, we seem to be going around in ever increasing circles here. If you, there is no end of questions for staff. Go ahead, Councillor Palm.
I just need clarification. So with the recommendation that we're referring to, that originally came from staff, correct?
Through the chair, staff have not made a recommendation for community forest. We've given draft wording for various changes for the budget.
But would it be prudent to revisit this motion in January when we have a clearer picture of the overall financial health of the city?
Through the chair, the motion could be deferred to January when more information is known.
Councillor Southcott.
Thank you. I have a question as well. What I understand is that the community forest has grants that they've already made. This motion doesn't preclude or include those grants, does it? How does that?
Through the chair, it would not affect any of the grants that have already been made. The dividend that council receives in 2025 is based on 2024 earnings. So because we're always granting dividends that have been fully earned in the prior year, then there would be no impact on the current grantees.
Thank you.
Councillor Isaacson.
Thank you. Question. So we have a previous motion asking you to come back with a 5% levy increase. And so would the intention of this mean that it would be 5% plus this, or would this be incorporated into that 5%?
Through the chair, should this motion pass, clarity would need to be given because the initial motion was to go down to 5% and add this, then you would technically be probably at 6%. If this one preceded that other motion, you would truly go down to 5%. So if council is looking to go down to 5%, including this potential 1% increase, it would need to be clear in the motion.
Questions are getting more complicated all the time. I'd like to focus on the motion that's on the floor. Anybody have anything to say about the motion that's on? Councillor Isaacs.
I'd like to propose an amendment to add a comma at the end of this and add in line with the previous motion, or in line with the previous motion of having a levy increase of 5%, property tax levy increase of 5%. Oh, is that, I don't know if that's clear. Before a second, or maybe if staff have a recommended motion that is accurate to my intention there.
Staff read that.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Through the chair, perhaps something along the lines of to arrive at a total property tax, proposed property tax increase of 5%.
Okay, is that the motion you want, Councillor Isaac?
Yes, that provides clarity to staff on what this means.
Is there a seconder? Councillor?
My reason for making this is similar to what staff said. If we had made this motion in the order of recommendations, then the 5% would have been the one that is primary, and so my intention is to maintain that. I think that's the will of council, but again, I agree that we'll have more information in the spring in January, and we'll have to make decisions then. But this gives staff some direction to get us that draft too. And then if we want to make changes from there, we can do so. That's the time to do it. But it gives them direction on what we mean by this to start.
Amendments continually changing where we're going. And now we're asking staff to come back for options. The previous, the tax increase overall of 4%, plus 1% for community forest taxation reasons, and another 275,000 for grants, an increase in grants in the rest of this, from the rest of the service. They're being reduced from recommended 11% tax increase down to a 4% tax increase. I'll say what I said before. Even with this amendment, this amendment actually makes it logically more important to actually have staff do both things for us. That's the amendment. That's the motion, whether it's where we are. So, anyone else? Councillor Hall.
Yeah, I think I'll have to concur with Councillor Dowd. I think the main motion it's almost just too wordy and too complicated to, when you have to explain a motion that much, I think it's better to just throw it out and start again. I'm okay with either deferring the topic to the new year, or I have presented Ms. Walls with a alternate one similar to my earlier question that doesn't include a tax levy as well. So I think it's just shifting the focus would help in this case.
Through the chair, sorry. listeners online are having a hard time hearing, so I've just been asked to request that council speak into the microphone. Sorry for interrupting.
Thank you.
My voice isn't as loud as it was at 3:30, and I don't think anybody else's is. But we can continue. So Councillor Elliott, you were saying something.
Thank you. I don't think there's a chance in hell that we're going to go through next year without giving out some grants to community organizations. And I think it's best for us to actually have it in the budget. We don't have to set that number today, but if we try to pretend that it's not going to impact taxation, the only other alternative is for it to impact what we put in reserves, which kicks the ball down the time continuum to affect the future rather than today. I think our intention in this budget is to make some hard decisions today so that we don't have to do them tomorrow. I'm okay with this motion as long as, because it does set a number on what we want to do for grants. I think we need to do that. I want to know what the impact is on taxation, and we're not going to get that if it's not in the draft. So I'm okay with the motion, and I'm also okay with the amendment. I think that's going to get us the best information to figure out what we want to do. We're going to be making decisions on draft 2 with information that is probably some pretty deep cuts to services that we need to know. If down the road we get this information back and we don't like it, we can choose to change it at that time. But we need the information to be in the motion in order to get it.
Very much. Anyone else? Okay, I'm going to call the question on the amendment, which is to arrive at a total proposed property tax increase of 5%. All those in favor? 2. All those opposed? 2, 3, 4. The motion is defeated. On the main motion is on the screen before us. Unamended. All those in favor? Opposed? 3-3. So the motion fails. Oh, anyone else with anything on the 5-year plan? Councillor Alameda.
I sent a motion over to the corporate officer. I'll give her a chance to put it up on the screen that since we're on this topic, and if we want to defer it, we can defer it as well. But I thought I'd take a swing at it here. So I move that the committee recommends the Powell River Community Force grants to nonprofit organizations be limited to 10% of yearly dividends to a maximum of $250,000 a year in relation to the City of Powell River 2025 to 2029 Financial Plan Bylaw number 2751 budget deliberations, and show these increases. Well, I guess the second part's not necessary. And show this in draft 2 of the 25 to 29 financial plan. There's probably a little too much wording in there, but.
Is there a seconder for that motion? Councillor Isaacson. Discussion, Councillor Alameda.
So kind of going back to some of what Councillor Isaacson started and Councillor Elliott was in favor of is it sets in the budget a set amount for the nonprofit groups. It does pull some funds away from what would be the reserves for the Rec complex, but considering up until now, council has not used the large percentage of community force dividends towards the Rec complex already for many years. We're already putting close to $2 or $3 million aside for the next 5 years from the community force into the Rec complex. So I felt this kind of maybe gets an even number, a maximum number, and a set number in the budget that gets to nonprofits, gets to the community, gets to the Rec complex, and lays it out hopefully in simpler terms.
Any other discussion? Councillor Elliott.
So what this motion does is it also restricts what we might be able to decide in the future, I think, unless we withdraw the motion. I guess we're at the committee of the whole now, so that doesn't, the 10% thing, if we have a large dividend year, only goes, like this year there was quite a large dividend, and 10% would have been a lot higher than 250,000. So it just doesn't allow us to, if we're more than the 322, it doesn't allow for expansion of our community grants and it may be overly restrictive. That's my only comment on that.
Councillor Palm.
Mr. Chair, the problem I'm having with the previous motion and this motion is it's referring to the Powder River Community Forest grants, putting parameters on what comes forward each year for what use. And we haven't even sat down and had any communication or discussion with our Community Forest Board. I think that's highly disrespectful, and I won't be voting in favor of this motion.
Okay. Any other hands? So all those in favor of the motion? 1, 2, 3, 4. All those opposed? Councillor Palm and I, the motion carries. Next, folks.
I need to go home.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up. I think we've exhausted our motions for tonight. So here we are. We don't have any unfinished business. We don't have any new business. We're at questions, Mr. Galinsky. I'm glad we've been anticipating what you might ask, so that's good. Is there anybody on the online? Oh, callers.
We wore them people out too.
Really disappointing. Counselor, people in the audience.
Roger's
Apprentice
not proud.
counselor,
He made a deal.
observer. Any questions in the room? Yeah, a motion to adjourn would be appropriate. Motion. Councilor Alameda, seconded by Councilor Palm. All those in favor of adjourning? It's been fun. Thank you. See you next week. See you Thursday.
2 days.
It's only 10 o'clock, not midnight.